Something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what has happened to us? And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. It's an open panel for people trying to figure out what's really going on in this strange existence and what we should be doing while we're here. Join us as we all find Gnosis together. Gnosis is knowledge. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing. Chat soon on the Finding Gnosis show.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Take a slow, deep breath in and let it go again. Breathe in and slowly release.
Christians are fascists. They think that conservative are fascists. They simply think that people who are Republican are fascists. That's pretense. Okay. It's Coke Zero. Coke Zero.
I'm drinking Diet Coke whiskey.
Diet Coke and whiskey.
That's all we had.
That was my grandmother's favourite drink.
Let's get it. Cheers to all the grandmothers out there. My grandma was my favorite person. She raised me. I would spend all summer at her house, and then when I went back to school, I'd live with my parents. So I most of my life, when I felt free, and we had all the cousins living at our house, we did sleepovers. Like everyone was there. Movies, pallets on the floor with blankets, ice cream, fucking Slurpees. Dude, come on. You already know. Homemade ices. We got the little ice shaver. You put the ice in there, it shaves it. Fucking.
Let's give it up for being fat. Great. And
shout out. No, I'm just saying shout out. Shout out to the memories that I had with my grandmother. That I'm not saying, oh, that's good for you. I'm not trying to get it. I was trying to shout out to the memories that I hold with all them.
Shout out to shit food. I love it.
Anyways, that's not
Thank you, Granny, for leaving all the chocolate biscuits unattended.
That's not what I was trying to get at, Sean, but I get what you're saying. I'm not trying to get at that.
I was joking. Sorry, I was joking. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. No, I get what you're getting at. I'm not trying to promote that because I know it's bad for multiple reasons. Serotonin release, probably sugar, teeth, who knows what else, fat, fucking everything. We used to go get the honey buns and just like devour a whole box. Dude, we used to get lit over there.
Dude, I remember going to America. I went there twice. And I remember going to Walmart and seeing all the food, and I was like, "Wow!"
Oh yeah. No. You know what you're talking about. I agree 100%. You go to Walmart, you're getting fed like corporate byproduct oils, byproduct of everything. You get cheap ass fucking shit.
What state are you guys in? Which state
Sean?
in America are you guys in?
Oh, I'm in Ireland.
I'm in California, California.
So you won't see any of the Scotland football fans then, soccer fans as you call it.
No. But we don't get much soccer here at all. Like I wish we had a national soccer league. That'd be tight. I think if anyone's gonna start it, it's gonna be like I Show Speed or something. So
Apparently, the Scottish football fans they drank all the pubs dry of the last of their liquor.
no, but if I Show Speed started the national soccer league, NSL, or NFL, but you can't really copy NFL, so you'd have to do NSL, but American word for soccer, football. But if I Show Speed did it, it would blow up. It'd be a new sport in America.
Right.
100%.
Have you been watching the World Cup? Do you take an interest in the soccer?
I am a huge soccer fan. I grew up playing soccer for like 6 years as a kid, but then I switched to water polo, which is basically soccer, but you're swimming. So you have a net, you have a ball, you score, but you can only use one hand at a time. You can't do this. So one hand passing, one hand catch. You can't catch with two hands, nothing like that. So it's a very dynamic game of soccer in the water. So I was like, well, I like this better. So I switched.
Cool. And what do you think of the USA's chances of winning the World Cup?
I have literal no relative conception or idea, or no, I have no information on it, nothing. So I have no input.
I watched them up against Paraguay, and they played exceptionally well, actually. I thought they looked like a team that could get to the final, at least. But
Who are
I think
the favorites?
Argentina, Spain are the favourites, but I'm calling Argentina as the surprise outsiders. Messi, he scored a hat-trick against Algeria a few days ago, and I think he's just going to run riot the rest of the tournament and help Argentina defend the World Cup. They're the current holders. Yeah. Scotland are playing against Morocco tomorrow. And
you guys follow hockey?
Morocco are a great team.
Sorry.
Morocco are a great team, and I'll be happy with just a draw.
No.
Actually, that'll be enough for us to qualify. Sorry, Isaac, on you go, man.
No, I got a spark all of a sudden. I don't think clearly. I'm like ahead of time. But sorry, yeah. I was thinking if you guys follow the NHL. I think the Vegas and
Hockey.
The Vegas and the tornado or something, hurricane. I don't remember.
I know nothing
I don't
about
follow
the
hockey.
NHL
Oh, okay. I have to look it up right
or
now.
American football.
I think it might be over.
Right. Have you ever been to the UK before, Isaac?
No, I've only been to Thailand, Indonesia, and like Mexico and Canada.
Fabulous. I've been to Orlando, Florida once when I was a kid.
Yeah, I've been there.
Went to Disney World and Universal Studios.
Yeah, so I'm on the West Coast.
Epcot Center.
We have Disneyland.
It's great.
So,
I loved it.
Yeah. Okay, so I have a theory that so my parents got like free tickets to Disneyland for the family for their work, so we go there. But the way it trains the brain and the way adrenaline and all of it put together, it makes me wonder what is really happening over there. It's kind of weird. And how they run the media and run the movies and with adrenaline and all this stuff.
Yeah. My sister burst out crying on the Jaws ride at the bit where the electrocuted shark jumps up at the side of the boat. Yeah, she was terrified.
That's someone probably who dreams a lot because they get the instinct of their dreams, whether it's real or not. They'll feel it's real.
Yeah.
I studied it for a while. I think the more you dream, the more you're susceptible to these powers. I think. But
yeah,
it's my theory.
Dreams. Dreams are just your brain doing stuff, but it's not spiritual.
You can say what you want. I've studied it for a long time.
Well, that's like your opinion, man.
It's not my opinion. It's through my evidence.
You want
I used to lucid dream like every single night, and then I got the electric shock magnetic therapy, and it went away. And I don't feel God anymore. And when I worship God, I don't feel Him. So it's like, did they attack my spirit? Did they attack my soul when they gave me the electric shock therapy because they tricked me into it? I was in a coma So you have to understand where I'm coming from. I was in a coma, and then they came to me with an advertisement with this shit. Oh, this will help your brain. And they talk about frequencies and stuff. So I was like, oh, this is like new technology, like new tech with the frequencies. So I believed them. I go in for my interview before I do it, and they're like, yeah, it'll help your memory. It might even bring your smell back. I hit my head, like I can't smell. So I was like, oh hell yeah. So I believed them. Come out, I basically feel like I can't feel God, can't feel my spirit. I feel like this is selling your soul. I feel like literally I'm 3-dimensional now. I used to be spiritual. I used to lucid dream 4 nights a week, and it went away instantly when they did it. I get home after the first day, they shock my brain, and I try to worship God and feel it, and I can't feel it anymore. So I gave up on that. I tried to play video games. I couldn't feel it, but I kept playing video games because I was like, yeah, I don't want to lose it. So I kept playing video games so I didn't lose that part of my brain. It was tired. It was weak. The next day I woke up, I went to work. I almost crashed 3 to 4 times on the highway because I was so out of it. Almost crashed and died. And then I get to work and I'd tell my boss, like, yo, I almost fucking crashed from that therapy. They were part of the people who got me onto it. So they're like, well, you shouldn't have came to work then. I was like, well, I only did it because I thought I'd be able to work better. It's kind of what you guys were telling me. So all these people were involved. It's fucking crazy.
Whoa.
I got basically MK Ultra experienced out, and it's experimental for sure. No, there's no real results. They just got paid. Yeah.
Isaac,
Wait,
did that happen because you received some kind of diagnosis like schizophrenia, for example?
No, I didn't get that. I had a coma. They said it would help. They said it would fix it. They said it would get, yeah.
Oh, right.
So that's what happened.
Okay.
I literally believed them. And they said, oh, I lost my smell. Can't smell. They said it'd bring you back. They said I lost my memory pretty good. Oh, it'll bring your memory back. None of it happened. I only feel worse. None of that happened. Yeah.
And what was it that caused the coma?
Skateboarding accident, 10-foot fall, about 15 miles per hour to my head. Pretty far, pretty fucking nasty. If I would have broke my neck, it would have been bad. But yeah, I luckily didn't break my neck, and I didn't black out. I hit my head and sprung up. But guess what? I didn't know who I was, when I was, where I was, why I was, or how I was. I just was. Like there was no explanation for. I just knew how to operate, and I knew that I was I knew I was a being, and I didn't know who. I had no memory of me. I had no memory of anything. All I knew was that I knew God, and that I was on Earth. That's all I knew. Like I was back to original. That's all I knew.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Pretty mad story.
Yeah, it's weird. I didn't black out. That's the weird part. They said I should have got knocked out and not even stood up.
Where in Ireland are you, Sean?
In the south, Cork.
All right. That's Roy Keane's town, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. You tell me, said in chat, how do you remember you used to dream all the time? My memories were so vivid and like majestic and supernatural that they're hard to forget. It's like imprinted on my spirit. I might lose part of my brain, but that stuff is impossible to forget. It's like trying to forget like something really deep that's to you. It will never leave. Like unless you get really bad brain damage, maybe. I don't know how it works. I don't have. I mean, I got three brain hemorrhages. Yeah, 3 brain hemorrhages.
Sorry to interrupt, Isaac.
No, you're good. You're good. I was answering a comment.
That's when me and you came across each other, and you came up and went, "Yeah, remember?" Yeah. But anyway, hello everybody else.
Oh, I think I do now.
Hello everybody else. Hello, Kenny Given, Sean.
Hey, Vanguard.
Right?
How you doing?
Check. Right. Yeah.
You're on the Find the Gnosis show. What would you like to say?
Well, I'd have a lot to say, but let's just say the revolution's ongoing that way so far. So, I mean, what would you like me to say? Do you want to talk about the weather? Do you want to talk about platitudes? I mean, I'd love to talk about more what Isaac was talking about, where me and him went, what? He went, well, on a channel? And I went, yes, yeah, once.
Well, you're the one that came on, so I presume that you have something you'd like to say.
So, Kenny Given, can I just say, are you an AI multi-pello with a bit of Rickroll in between you? With your monochrome, capiche? You get what I mean? Your Glaswegian
soul, I won't tell at all. And do they have to know? Do they have to know
Woo woo.
Woo.
about my
It's
good
definitely
night
Marty Pello.
and you're wishing well? So Marty Pello is the lead singer of Wet, Wet, Wet. And that was one of
I
their
mean, let's go 3 degrees on
Good
top
Night
of a
Girl.
washing machine. I mean, let's go 3 degrees on top of a washing machine. Come on, over.
I
DNW,
feel
you're live
it
on the
in
Find
my
and Gnosis show. What would you like to
fingers.
say?
I feel it
Oh,
in my toes.
wow. Anyway, Glen Shea and Aviemore, which is the best skiing adventure in Scotland?
Aviemor's is great up there. The Cairngorms and yeah, I
But do you
remember
know the difference
Aviemore.
between Glen Shea, the left, and Aviemore?
Oh, I was muted, my bad.
I don't. It's been a long time since I was up at Aviemore. When I went up to the north of Scotland most recently, it was
Mhm.
Fort William.
Nice one.
Aviemore was about 30 years ago, actually.
Nice one.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful place. Glen Shea, Aviemore, the Lech, they're all basically on the same road, you know what I mean? It's all in the Nevises, all up in their Cairngorms, you get what I mean?
Yeah. Lovely.
It almost, whatever language that is, it sounds like what Terrence McKenna used to describe when he took DMT. I'm serious. If you go look it up, you'll be like,
Say that
whoa.
again, Isaac.
The language and dialect he was speaking in earlier was the same dialect of like when Terrence McKenna would describe the entities he met on DMT.
I don't know. I don't know who Terence McKenna is.
Oh,
I've
so
heard of the name, but
he's just
One of
beautiful.
you.
Like, oh, what?
One of you has kind of feedback or something, guys.
Oh, it's
There's
me.
something going.
It's
Is-
definitely me. It's my fan. Let me turn it off.
Guys, I am listening. Take it away.
Did that fix it?
DNW,
Wait,
you
wait. Oh,
wild,
come.
you very wise owl, and I love your eyes. Nice one, Dan.
Jeez.
You know,
Vanguard, what
and I've
part
got
of England are you in? You sound like a Geordie.
Mate, you
Newcastle.
might think I sound like a Geordie from the northeast of England, but I have spent so fucking much time down fucking south. What, west, east? I mean, what part of fucking England? What right there, like Birmingham? I mean, what? Mate, but I'm definitely 100% Jock Viking. Yes,
You're Scottish.
indeed.
I'm
No,
You
Scottish,
said
he's
Welsh,
you're
and
a
100.
Irish.
You said you're 100% Jock, so you're telling me that you're Scottish.
100% Jock Viking. Yes.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
Norse too.
right.
As far as I looked up.
Cool. And which part of England? Where are you residing at the moment, if you don't mind me asking?
When I say 100% Jock, right? You heard of Morty Pello? Have you ever heard of the Rotten Row?
The what?
The Rotten Row.
The Rotten Root.
Rotten Row.
Ruel, L-E.
No,
No,
the Rotten
Row.
Rule.
R-O-E, as in the row.
Oh, sorry.
R-O-W. Rotten Row.
Rotten
Wow.
Row. No, I haven't heard of that.
Right, so you're not from Glasgow, are you? Come on, Glasgow. Come on.
I'm from Edinburgh. Currently
Mate,
living in
you can
London.
tell that. Waverley Street, fucking Waverley Street.
Hello there, DNW.
Anyway, nice to meet you there, Kenny Given.
Just
You
a
too,
very
Vanguard.
special shout out from Black
Mhm.
Hole Channel to DNW, one of the greatest live streamers on YouTube.
Michael, you're on the Find and Gnosis show. What would you like to say?
I would like to give a very fine shout out from my Black Hole Channel to DNW, and I hope to see you again in full form in the future on a very wonderful stream of DNW. I have to leave
Are
you
you
now.
the
Thank you very
accretion
much.
disc? Are you the accretion disc of finding Gnosis, Mr. Quantum Singularity? Yes,
Vanguard,
Yes.
What substances are you under the influence of this evening? What's your
Happiness, inquisitiveness. Let's just say a good medicated cigarette, because I have a license to smoke cannabis.
Oh, cool. Let's
right?
go.
Right now.
Right. No
Dude,
alcohol.
But
I was
I've had a few beers on top, so is that okay? I'm not drinking a Macallan like you posh cunt, Kenny Gibbon.
Yeah, I'm drinking whiskey and Coke. So.
dude, I bought
Teetotal
magic
15.
mushroom gummies. No,
Ooh.
Teetotal
weed
16 years
gummies,
Coke Zero.
Oh.
and it didn't work. I didn't get any effects in the weed
Did you get
gummies. I
them
was like,
from the? Did you get them from the smoke shop?
yeah.
That's why. Don't ever buy anything from there. It's all like weird research, test chemical, weird bullshit.
Well, it didn't work, and it was
No,
expensive
don't.
too.
Just don't.
Fuck
I'm
that.
telling you right now. Do not buy the mushroom bars. Do not buy anything from those smoke shops that tell you they get you legally high. It's fucking weird research bullshit. I'm telling you, I've done my research. They're all bullshit. All of them.
Well, mushrooms, you've got to understand mushrooms before you even try mushrooms.
I've done
You've got
mushrooms
to realize
700
you're going to leave
times.
the planet. You're going to realize you're going to go on a trip. You've got to realize that it was just what? And now you've got to fucking sink yourself in reality and analyze that what. But don't
Yes.
get scared by it.
No.
But
You don't. You have to master it. You ride the bull. You ride the wave. And the waves
so you're
come,
going
and
to
then they
face a
go,
lot
and
of
then they
your
come, and
bullshit,
then they
a
go.
lot of your fears, a lot of your mistakes, a lot of your past life, and go, what?
Yes.
What am I
Yes.
doing now? What the frick?
No, I swear, I've done mushrooms 700 to 800 times. I put that on everything. I'm an expert at more than anyone you'd ever meet. I've done DMT
Mate,
60 times. Like,
you've done dimethyl fucking whatever its name is. What
tryptamine. Yeah,
the?
60 times, dude. I did it for 30 days straight. The first time I got it, I got 1.2 grams, and I did it for 30 days straight.
Aye.
Every
Did
24
you go?
hours. I did it.
Did you
I did it
go? Did
every
you go
24
with?
hours. Yeah. Huh?
But did you go to one of those special
Yeah.
schools? Well, it's right.
Oh wait, no. I thought you were gonna say something else. What?
A special school. It's not a school, but it's a special place where everybody knows and you're not going to die. You know what I mean?
I didn't go to any place on Earth. Is that what you're talking about?
I mean, what?
I went to places out of Earth on it, but not on Earth. No.
I
I just
mean,
got
I mean,
my friend. My friend
where did
had
you get?
some rare. My friend had
Right.
some
Where
really
did you
rare.
get your DMT from? Your
Yeah. I'm gonna
dimethyl
tell you. I'm gonna tell you
trialysate.
exactly. I'm gonna tell you how it works. So there's a pink bark. There's a pink bark from a root out there. It's
Right.
called Mimosa hostilis, and you
Uh,
can buy it online legally in California, but you can't
right.
extract it. But that's what they do. You could buy it
Yes.
legally, but you can't extract it. It's like, dude, obviously that's what it's for.
So it's a form of DMT, not the
It's
toad DMT, and not
no,
the correct
no, it's
bark
not. No,
DMT.
this is the realest shit on earth. That's like I feel
That's
blessed by the universe. I feel blessed by the gods. I feel blessed by everything, ever. That's like I could die peacefully after doing it for 30
Anyway,
days.
fair play, fair play. But there's many types of DMT.
No, I had
It comes
okay.
to
I'll
the
tell you the
toad.
exact one I had. I
Uh,
had four. I had four MEO DMT. Four MEO DMT, and it was
uh,
in
so,
the.
uh,
It was in
uh,
the
so
pink.
where's the most natural form of DM? What
I
was
had the
it?
most natural form of it ever in the world. I had the best.
I've
You
heard
want?
I've heard the toad is the most natural form
No,
of DMT
no.
in the world.
I I mean that's similar. I mean I'd give it 50-50.
What? Have you tried the toad before?
No, but I'm saying I'd give it 50-50. I'd say how I would give it just the same. I'd give it 100 the same.
Well, probably.
But no, what I had was the root extract that they made hash. They made hash out of the root, and I smoked the hash. And no, it's the pink.
Probably.
It's a pink crystal of DMT, pink, and the bark's pink. Get it? And
Mate. It's DMT comes from many different sources,
trust me.
but the DMT that you can get from it, unless you know what you're doing with it, it's different levels of DMT. But don't forget the same bark, and it's not DMT that gets put into ecstasy. Can you remember that?
Oh yeah, that's sassafras. I'm pretty sure that's root beer. That's sassafras. That's the
Sassafras.
real root beer, but that got you high. The real shit, sassafras. No, I've never done the frog, Alyssa, but I've only done 4-MeO DMT, and I'm telling you, it was so beautiful that I feel honored by the universe. I feel blessed. I feel lucky. I feel like I got the golden ticket to heaven, and I came back, and I could, and I got the golden ticket. And I'm on the, and I went to the chocolate factory. And I got the golden ticket. I went to the Polar Express. Like, you know what I mean?
So you were
I
happy to
feel
come
that.
back. You were happy to come back to
Yeah.
Earth and food and shit. Yes, yes.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, man.
And I did it for 30 days though, so like it was that good. Like it wasn't scary. It wasn't fucking intense. Like it was beautiful. It was straight beautiful. I call it Disneyland
Well,
for the brain.
when I
after
mentioned
this.
schools before, there's places you can go and take ayahuasca and DMT
No,
in safe
I
places.
did it alone. I did it by myself in a shed.
Right.
I went into a shed, bro, and I did it alone.
Fair play. That's the correct way, isn't
Is
it?
it hard
Just
to
like you should
get?
do.
I would like to try
It's
Just like
some,
you
but
so
is
should
it?
hard to.
take
It is so
peyote.
rare. It is so
Just
fucking
like you
rare,
should
bro.
take peyote on your own. Just like anything like that. You
No, I
should
would
be
have
on
done
your
it
own to
again.
take
I
it.
would have done it
Yes.
again, but I've never found it again. Get it? Yeah. I feel literally lucky. Like actually lucky. Like lucky. Like
Right. Anyway,
But
Isaac,
can't you?
you remember
Isn't
meeting me before?
DMT in loads of drugs like speed
it.
and all those drugs?
No,
They have
it comes
DMT
from
in
a
it.
plant, and it's also naturally found in the body, and it's naturally found in the brain, and that's why they think we dream, and that's why they think we
Well,
have
it's
visions. Yeah.
classified as a drug, but it's an hallucinogenic. It's not
But it's found in the
chemically.
body. Everyone's
It's
hey,
not
if DM hey,
man-made
no,
chemically.
no, it's not.
It's
It's
a
natural.
natural chemical.
No, but get this, it's a
Let's put it
joke.
this way.
Huh.
What is a drug? Come on.
Yeah. No, but get this. If DMT is illegal, if they studied your brain and extracted your brain, there'd be a percent of DMT.
DMT in it? Yeah, man.
Everyone has
Yeah,
DMT in
man.
their body, so technically
Yeah, man.
everyone's holding DMT.
Yeah, man.
Everyone's
That's why
illegal.
everybody's receptive to cannabis because they've got endogenous.
Yes. Endogenous DMT releases when you smoke cannabis. You already know that, and I know that too. Endogenous DMT is released when you smoke cannabis, and that's why you don't dream as much, because you're releasing DMT when you smoke it, and you're not releasing it
Yeah,
when you
man.
sleep, and that's why you don't get as good of a sleep, because you're not releasing DMT, because now you're using your DMT during the day when you smoke cannabis. Yes, 100%.
Anyway, I've told you I met you before, Isaac Spirit Quantum Man. Yeah,
I
man.
remember your name now. Yeah. Well, I get lit.
Don't
I'll
forget
suck
my
guys.
name. Don't forget
Sorry.
my name, but I'm not
Wait.
an artificial inflator of people's wealth like Vanguard and BlackRock. I'm Vanguard 1, so there's a 1 missing
Hey,
there. So,
I played the game Destiny 2. Did you?
mate, I'm not a big game player, to be
Okay, let me
honest.
tell you what the Vanguard is. The Vanguard in that game is the people who hold everything in order, and they're the alliance of the good. So
Yeah, man.
that's what I saw. That when I read Vanguard, I thought, oh, that's the Allegiant. That's a nice.
Well, I'm an old military person,
Oh,
and the
all right, yeah,
Vanguard is
yeah,
always
yeah.
the pinnacle, the reconnaissance.
Yeah, that's
Vanguard, the point, the tip of the
exactly. Yeah,
spear.
yeah. That's what. Boom. Yeah. That's in a
Man.
video game I played. It's a good game. They talk about AI. They talk about the overtake of aliens. They talk about everything in the game. And I stayed up for 105 hours one day to test myself. When this game came out, I played the whole game for like 40 hours. And I was like, I'm not going to sleep. I started drinking beer and drinking coffee. I didn't eat for 105 hours, and I stayed up.
Fucking hell.
And I tested myself. And then I started to like really trip out and see past the barrier of the mind. I could look at people and see if their spirit was alive, I could look at people and see if their spirit was alive or asleep just by looking in their eyes. I could understand that.
Well,
It was weird, yeah. You start wakening up, and like
yeah.
instead of recycling in a dream where you reset, no, you have a thought train that keeps going for 105 hours instead of resetting.
Yeah, man.
You get what I'm at?
At
You get
least
what
we're
I'm getting?
not having hydration breaks. Apparently, the world's got to experience hydration breaks on the World Cup while it's held in America. Sorry about that. Sorry,
No, I don't
sir.
know anything about soccer. Sorry. I just don't
Yeah,
know.
man, sorry about it.
Oh,
That was a
hydration
joke.
breaks. Yeah,
It was a
because it's so
joke. It
hot. It's
was a
so
joke.
hot. It's so
Because
hot.
they've got to fit in their American, what do you call it, advertising every 10 minutes,
Oh,
interrupting the
that
football
too.
game.
That too. Yeah. I think it might actually be a good idea though, like, cause people could pass out
It's
from the
not a
heat.
good idea. 45 minutes played each way. It's what you need.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Maybe they actually need. Maybe they are really looking out, and they're like, "Hey, I don't want people to pass out, die." Maybe. Maybe.
Mate, the World Cup's been played in many places hotter than America,
Oh,
and
okay.
they played 45 minutes each way. In sometimes cases, over 90 minutes, over 90, 100 odd minutes. So,
I'm just guessing. They might be overdoing it, but maybe it's for good. Is what I'm saying.
I'm being
Maybe.
an arsehole, mate. I'm just trying to say, where does this hydration shit come in?
I get it.
Come on. I mean, it's down to American programming and advertising. But anyway,
Doping.
you should never interrupt a football game. It's 45 minutes each way. Never
Yeah, you
mind extra
shouldn't
time.
interrupt it. Yeah, you if it they should be doing 45 minutes for sure, and not interrupting the game if that's what they're doing. That's weird. Yeah. Because that's messing up the flow. It's messing up. Now people are rested. Now it's getting all that. Yeah.
Dude, I was making soy milk today. It's pretty cool. So
Made?
I got the beans and I soaked them and then I grind them and it's not that hard. Soy milk.
Yeah. Sounds cool. I used to make macamba bean oil from it's a white chocolate bean. It's a serotonin based molecule, but you can extract it with hot water. You grind up the beans and then you soak them, and then all the oil rises to the surface. You put it in the fridge. It solidifies. You scrape it off, but it gets you high, and it's a white chocolate bean.
Oh wait,
Oh,
so you had to buy the chocolate beans.
Yeah, it's called macamba.
so what's wrong with cow milk? Food.
Well, I
It
don't
comes from our
know.
titties. You're a
We're not really.
pervert.
We're not. No, that's not it. We're not really meant to digest cows' DNAs
Yes,
like
we
that.
are.
Not my
Yes,
body.
we are.
No, not my
Yes, you
body.
are.
Not.
Your mother has milk in her
That's
breast.
different. That's different. That's
It's
human
not.
DNA.
It's milk.
Yes, it is. That's human DNA. Cow
What?
DNA is
No,
Yeah,
different.
it's
you're
not.
allowed to milk your mom
Yeah, that's
forever.
different. That's different. That's
No,
different. I'm
no,
telling
no.
you.
No, it's not different.
Yes, it is, dude. If you're taking on another animal's
Right, right.
DNA,
Are you
it's not the
talking
same.
about the what? Colostrum, I think it's called, right? Where you get all the inherited bullshit. But
Alright.
anyway, what?
Anyways,
Milk is milk.
no,
It's
it's not.
protein.
How come I'm
It's
allergic?
it's protein.
How come I'm allergic to dairy milk?
Well,
Right?
see, there you go, because you're allergic to it.
But
Doesn't
I'm
mean
not
to say you're
allergic.
not
I'm
supposed to
not
be part of
allergic.
it.
Hey, I'm not allergic to goat milk though. It's
Goat's
different.
milk. Are you allergic to goat's milk?
No, I can have goat milk. I'm not allergic, but I can't have
Well, there
dairy
you
milk.
go. It's just dairy milk.
Yeah, I'm only allergic to cow milk. It's different than every
Well,
milk is different DNA. It's different symbiotic relationship to your blood. It's different. I'm telling
Different
you.
ingredients.
It
Yeah.
has to be. It's different. Like we're not meant to
yeah, but
digest
when you
DNA of a
try to
cow,
tell
Dude,
people,
think about it.
but
Think
when you,
about it. No. Think about this. Cows grow like 2 pounds a day. You think we're supposed to
well,
drink that?
if
Start getting
cows are
fucking
supposed
huge,
to
huge,
be,
huge, huge.
if cows are
No.
supposed to live
Well,
their
that's why
lives
the Dutch are so
naturally,
big.
right,
That's why the
right.
Dutch are so big
Dairy
because they eat a
cows,
lot of
And
dairy.
dairy cows,
true that.
dairy cow or dairy cows, right? So what's the beef cow? What's farmed off to be the meat?
I'm not
But dairy
disagreeing
cows
with
are
it. I'm
dairy
just
cows,
saying I don't
right?
think it's meant to
Come
be.
on,
I'm
right.
not
Do you
disagreeing
know
with it
much
though.
It's
about
not necessary.
farming?
You don't need to know
Come
this.
on. I mean, I'm not a big time farmer, but I do understand the reason for different types of cows. Never mind sex and reproduction. Come on,
Yeah. But then think about the chemicals they're giving
what?
the cows, and then think about how they get rid of the cow culture of the good part of the milk so that you can't reproduce it and make cheese, because then now you have the enzyme that's good for your body. They take it out. Oh, now I can't break down milk because they take it out. They take out the enzyme. You understand? In America, they don't do all that shit.
Well, that's American. That's
Yeah.
American dairyism, but not
True.
European dairyism.
True. They
Yeah.
take out every enzyme in America in cheese and dairy so you can't reproduce their cheese. Yeah.
Yeah, man. That's American dairyism, not our dairyism.
That's hella
Have you
cool. I
had
didn't
some
know you guys.
really
I didn't know
stinky
you guys
junk
had
food?
natural
Yeah.
enzymes in you. You wait. So you
We,
guys
we
get the
eat
natural shit?
we
You get
eat
the.
we eat moldy cheese and unpasteurized cheese.
Oh, that's tight. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, now I get what you're saying. That might be
Don't
better for
drink
you.
raw milk. Don't do
No,
that.
no,
Oh,
we used to get raw milk off the orchard, and it's way better. Straight from the tit.
If you drink raw milk, you can die.
Well, no,
no,
A
no,
lot
you
of people are
don't.
doing it
I
now.
No, you
mean,
don't. I drink raw milk every day. You
I
got
drink it from the tit, dude.
the
Dude,
fuck.
Not
what the
literally.
hell?
Not literally. No, I meant from the tit to the jar, and then yeah, yeah. I've done natural milk. Natural milk. They say
Natural.
that's the real shit. They say that's how you get the real
Put it this
natural
I
way,
milk.
don't
it
want to hear
comes from
about
the
your
cow.
fucking shit.
It comes
What
from
shit
the
you put in your
cow,
mouth?
right?
Okay.
Anyways,
It's
I'm
put
Come on.
into a
done. I'm
tank,
done.
and then it's put down a what? Not a heat filter, a
Isaac, we don't want to hear about your disgusting habits.
Dude, I was literally talking about I've done it
And
because my
Vanguard.
cousin.
No,
Hey,
no, no, no,
no,
no,
my
no.
cousins ran a
You
dairy,
are
and they gave.
sucking the mammary excretions of other animals.
Yes,
It's disgusting.
because I was like 15, and they gave it to us as a gift. They said, hey, they were dairy
We don't
farmers.
want to hear it.
They were dairy
We
farmers,
don't want
and
to
they
hear it.
a big old gallon. They gave it to us.
Sean, change the subject.
All right, I'm gonna go play video games. Much love.
I was, yeah. What are you gonna play, Isaac? Oh shit, he went. Feck. Well, Vanguard, it's only me and you guys. It looks like you're gonna go to war against me there with the tank and the bear in China. Do you think China is gonna take over the world? Vanguard, hello. Is anybody out there?
This is the Finding Gnosis show. If you would like to join the conversation, please click on the link below the video now.
Vanguard, say some. Hello. I'm on myself. Yo. Vanny. Vanguard. Say something.
Silenced again. I was silenced there again, Sean. Very silenced. Very
Really?
silenced, there, Sean. Yes, yes,
D&W
yes.
was silencing you. He was using the
Everybody
force.
was silencing me. Yeah, man. Can you hear me now there, Sean?
Yes, sir.
Top of the morning to you.
Top of the evening to you.
Top of the afternoon.
What?
Hello, Green
Hey,
Soul.
hey, hi. No, I actually saw Isaac here, and that's basically why I came. Well, I came in because to let him know that there was a person in our community that passed away. His name was Midnight Sparkle, a great guy, and I just wanted to kind of inform him that. I actually went to the funeral home today to pay my respects, and that's basically it. And I know this channel because I actually kind of stumbled upon it one time, and I had a couple of people from our community come in as well, and Isaac is one of those. Yeah, that's basically what I want to say. Is just that I just yeah. But other than that, I don't want to diverge from the combo that you guys are having.
No problem, Green Soul, no problem. But can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Well, this is a breakthrough because some cunt silenced me for over 3 minutes.
Wow.
Wow. So where are you from, Green Soul?
I'm from New England.
What? Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Well, in New
Well,
England, Massachusetts, is it?
No. I'm talking about the New England area. East Coast, North.
Do you like Gomasubsi by any chance?
He mentioned Massachusetts because back in the day, the whole New England, Boston region, it was technically all considered New England in like a colloquial
Yeah,
way.
man. But anyway, Green Soul. Do you like Gomasubsi? Proper Iranian food. Iranian food.
Iranian food. Iranian food is pretty good.
Yeah, man, it's awesome, man.
Yeah, and it's pretty slamming. You know.
Persian cuisine has a history.
Halva. I was trying to make halva, but I couldn't make it. I know. I think that's Lebanese or Israeli. Halva.
Well, Lebanese. I mean, what does Israel know about cuisine? Come on, away.
Well, they copy everybody else. They have their own stuff. Kosher.
Well, did you know bagels and donuts are Jewish? That's a Jewish bread.
Mate, I do like a bagel, a boiled bread.
Bagels is their invention. Hebrews brought that around.
What about salt beef and gefilte fish?
Knishes are pretty good.
You can't really give beef to anybody who invented it. You can come up with an invented recipe with different spices and stuff. But cattle raising has been around for a very long time. Right, like all the way to Abraham. Like Abraham was working with goats and cows and stuff and cattle.
So right, now you've said that, right? Was it
he was not lactose intolerant. He was not lactose intolerant. I'll say that.
Was it Abraham that was asked to sacrifice one of his sons or a goat on the same hill that Jesus died on?
Well, that's pretty crazy.
Speaking of Isaac, I guess. Right, the name
I always wondered about that
of his son.
That story.
So yes, you're quite right. Isaac. It was Isaac.
Yeah,
was it Isaac?
Yeah, Isaac.
Wow.
Yeah, it was Isaac. Yes.
Yeah. Some people call God a trickster for the whole Abraham Isaac situation, but the whole point was he wanted a follower that would actually never do that. That's the point. Because if you look at the Bible, it is so. This is the pretext, right? Anybody doing human sacrifice, like child sacrifice, specifically child sacrifice, is extremely banned in the Bible. Like, did you know all Catholics, all Hebrews, they are literally commanded by threat of falling under the worst of curses. If somebody is doing child sacrifice, passing children to the fire, to the Moloch, we need to kill them. Like, we actually need to kill them.
You're saying like discommunicated or disavowed.
So basically, human sacrifice is disavowed in the Abrahamic cultures, basically.
My Abrahamic cultures always fucking love fucking human fucking death, mate. Fuck off.
Dude, every culture has committed war, and you don't need to be agitated with me, dude.
No, it's the actual sacrificing. Like that specific thing is like a no against.
There's war. Like every culture's been to war. Okay, like hey, we I'm pretty sure a lot of us here have some Irish ancestry. Okay, our Celtic ancestors were headhunters, for fuck's sake. Okay, they were literally doing sacrifices, all sorts of things. We need to understand that. Like every single culture,
but
every single culture, they had their traditions. Let's just say.
I was pointing out. There's a lot more bloodthirsty fucking ethno-nationalists, populists, whatever you want to call them, Zionist motherfuckers that we all need to fucking point and say, you're not steering the shit anymore.
We got the Zionists, the Islamists. There are different groups, obviously, with their own political agendas doing their slaughter.
Islam's got no problem, mate. Islam's got no problem. It's just all the cunts paid by everybody else. You know what I mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean? There's no problems with Islam. That's not even biblically accurate, dude.
Don't pay attention to sheep that only eat on one side of the field.
No. Yeah, you think there's two sides to the field. That's the problem.
Mate, I don't think there's two sides to the field. The two fields are already
All right,
established. How
spare
much of a
me your
straight line have
Australian
we got to
sarcasm.
walk? Come on. Fuck off.
Spare me your prisoner Australian sarcasm, okay? It's
Prison
the worst
Australian
trait some of you have, by the
sarcasm.
way.
Okay, let's
First
all
of
do
all, I
like
don't
one
live
at a
in
time.
Australia, mate.
How about that? There's people watching.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Okay, mate, I'm just
But
telling you,
anyway,
both guys.
come on,
If you
come
can't
on.
comprehend, no, let me speak, okay? If you can't comprehend that the Zionists who do terrible things to Muslim children,
Yes.
and also the Islamists who are doing terrible things to white children, but also black children in Africa, by the way. So this is not a movement where like, oh, Muslims are not doing anything or Jews are not doing anything. Dude, there's so many groups. So many groups are doing something, bro.
Can you remember Bosnia? Can you remember Rwanda? Can you remember how many other genocides?
Okay, can you
Can you tell
remember?
me now? You agree
Can you
a
remember
genocide was
Spain?
going on
Can you
in
remember
Gaza?
Sicily? Can you remember Greece? Can you remember Armenia?
Statements.
A genocide in Gaza. Free Palestine.
Some
If you
people
free
are doing
Palestine, you free
something.
the world.
Not
Free the
all
world.
Your
people from
Free
drunk
one
ass
Palestine.
out of
Free
here,
the
man.
world.
Some
Free
people
Palestine.
are doing something.
There are many different groups committing atrocities. That's what I'm trying to say. But this guy wants to act like his favorite group, the Muslims, are innocent.
Oh, sorry, we lost her. Melanie was here, guys, and you scared her off. For fuck's sake.
Right, I apologise, DNW. But anyway, free the world, free Palestine, free the world. That's all I'm saying. There's a lot of control factors about. Come on over.
Can I explain something to you?
You might want to try explaining something to me, yes.
Okay, so the Antichrist is actually biblically prophesied to make his camp in Gaza.
Oh dear, you're a Zionist.
I'm always wary about people who want to make their camp there. Okay, just saying. Just saying.
I thought Trump was the Antichrist. Trump might be the Antichrist.
See, anti means substitute, right? He does want to actually be the Messiah. You could call him an Antichrist because of that.
Tell me which part that's not allowed, never mind the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Tell me which gate in Jerusalem is not allowed. Tell me which gate.
Yeah, that specific one.
Wow.
Very specific gate.
I'd rather listen to Andrew for the moment. Go ahead, Andrew. I'll be right back.
It's my turn. Shut up.
We gotta hear some wisdom from you guys. You know everything about religion.
I know some stuff.
So what do you think about the Antichrist? Is Trump the Antichrist?
No, I think Emperor Nero was the Antichrist.
He was declared the beast. That is true. He was declared the beast 666.
Yeah.
He's the one who killed Peter. Peter was technically the elect, and Christ means chosen, christened.
We're talking about now. That was a long time ago. Who is the Antichrist now, for fuck's sake?
There's only one. The time already passed. It was Emperor Nero, and he's dead.
Well, tell me about. Are you a Zionist? Are you a person that wants the end times? Are you that type of Christian?
Oh no, I'm an atheist.
Right, fair enough.
So, do you guys understand what anti means, though?
Yeah,
it's like
I'm not anti-Semitic.
It doesn't mean
I love
against.
people from Palestine.
Well,
how can I be anti-Semitic when I agree and
Dude, I'm not even
wholeheartedly
talking about
support
anti-Semitism.
people from Palestine? Fuck.
That's not what I'm talking about, dude.
Well,
what I'm talking about is the
words,
etymological root
fact
of the
right.
word
Words are
anti.
correct, and if you don't or listen to the words that are said, you're definitely what you call propagandized, aren't you?
You're talking to the wall.
Propaganda. What the fuck?
Drink your next
Sorry,
beer.
DNWD. Sorry, everybody. I'm just going to listen for like.
Vanguard, are you a bit drunk?
It sounds
Mate,
like it.
I'm drunk and I'm stoned, but I'm well entitled to on a fucking what night. Fuck off, will you?
We don't
That's
deserve your behavior, though.
Oh, I mean, we don't deserve your behavior. I don't deserve your behavior. But I'm talking to you, aren't I?
Well, just try not to interrupt. Like, I'm not trying to have like an argument, bro.
Oh,
And I asked the question, right? Do you guys actually know what anti means? That
I was
specific
under
piece.
the impression that it meant against. What does it mean if it doesn't mean against?
It actually means in substitution of, in usurpation of, in replacement of. So when you say antichrist, it's so if you meet a false Christ today, somebody who basically wants to be the Messiah, technically you can call him an antichrist by actual definition because he wants to replace the anointed one. Because Christ actually means
So
anointed.
are you trying to say that
That would be Paul. You're talking about Paul.
Lucifer, and if you don't understand what Lucifer means, are you trying to say that Lucifer is the Prince of Light?
That's not what I said.
What?
The light
He
of
was
this world
talking
is the
about the
sun.
Antichrist.
Yeah. See, the spirit of the Antichrist, many people can be Antichrist. So say somebody might have been anointed in the current era, right? If somebody was anointed, the people pretending to be that somebody to try to gain something, fraud, right? You know how identity fraud is done?
Of
So
course, it's called the internet.
that's anti.
Without
It's the behavior of the
without
anti.
the internet, are you saying the internet is the Antichrist? Without the internet,
No,
identity fraud can
I
only be
think what
one
I'm
way.
saying to you is going in one ear and not even going anywhere.
Mate, I'm telling you,
I mean,
without going in people's bins, the internet is the Antichrist when it comes to data. Capiche?
You,
Right?
I'll talk to you when you're sober because I don't want to offend you right now.
But yeah, I know. I mean, there's some Christians that say that the end of the world already happened in 70 AD.
yeah,
Is that right? What are they called again?
preterists.
Are
There's a
they
lot
the
of
majority?
interpretations.
Are they like
No,
a small minority?
they're a small minority. Their beliefs don't
But you
really
think,
fit the evidence.
oh
The
right,
thing
okay.
is, guys, when it comes to interpretations, there's so many, and there's so many different schools of it. Like, dude, guys, here's a false interpretation for you. 90% of Christians believe that Archangel Michael is the Christ. He is not actually. He's actually very low level on the angel hierarchy, way 5 levels
So
down, and
again, now
including
we get
levels in
down to
between.
that. We
Can you let
get
me
down
finish,
to that. So it's not a
dude?
monotheism. It's a
Dude, can
polytheism to
you?
start with. It's a polytheism to start
What are
with,
you
not a
talking about?
monotheism. What?
What are you
You've
talking,
got
dude?
archangels. It's an archangel system. So it's a polytheism, not a monotheism. The same
My
as
guy,
fucking pagan stuff.
can you let
What?
me speak?
Yeah, just let him
I'll
finish.
leave. I will fucking leave if you do this again.
Okay.
So I was saying, 90% of Christians believe that Michael is the Christ in heaven or something like that, right? They claim he's that guy, the prince, da 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 da. He's not. That's actually a false interpretation. In fact, the interpretation of the book of Daniel, thinking that it's this specific angel or that specific angel, first of all, it's Gabriel who spoke to Daniel. And the other situations that happen, a lot of people attribute far too much to Michael than they actually should. And if the Christ actually returned, all these statues of Saint Michael, he's going to take a hammer to them. That's not a joke. That's actually not a joke, right? And some people, it's like there's too many people who actually think that Michael is the Christ in heaven when he's not. Like, he's literally not. So a lot of people don't even realize they're placing Michael himself as an antichrist, a substitute of the Son of God. So it's a lot of Protestants, they believe that Michael is the Christ in heaven, right? But he's not the quote unquote theophany, the
So why do they
apparition of
call
God.
Lucifer? Why do they call Lucifer the Lord of Light? In when you boil it down to religion these days, but Lucifer was an angel. He was cast down, but he's still called technically the Lord of Light. And I don't believe in or condone or shall I say, I'm still considering all the prospects of a universe that I conceive. But Lucifer, I mean, is he really the Lord of Darkness?
Well,
No.
Lucifer is a word meaning he who bears the light bearer, specifically in Latin, and it actually is a translation from Latin through Greek to Hebrew and even Aramaic. The original meaning is Hallel ben Sachar. Okay, so the Hallel is not even his actual name. It is a state. It's a name of being. He's shining, right? The shining one, basically. The problem, a lot of people don't know this. So Jesus is called the light of this world. Okay, so some people even call Jesus Lucifer. That's actually a thing, but they're not trying to say he's Satan or something. That's not what they're trying to say. It's very convoluted, and there's a lot of interpretation falsities in this. The thing is that the Son of God is the one who has the light, basically, and that representative. So you know how sour. I'm gonna make a metaphor, but you're gonna have to let me. You're gonna have to let me speak my metaphor, okay?
Sorry, mate. Can I just ask a quick question, please?
What?
Which text are you referencing?
I don't need the text in my hand right away, but I am talking about Isaiah. In the book of Isaiah, they bear the word Lucifer is not even in the Bible, by the way. Okay, it's not
Well,
there.
we're talking about the Old Testament,
It's in
the
the
New
Latin Bible.
Testament, the Talmud.
It's in the Latin
Yes, yes, because in the Latin, the Hallel is meaning shining, will be translated to Lucifer.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it's not even a.
It's not a
It's not
Hebrew
his name.
word. Of course, it wouldn't be in the Hebrew Bible. It's not a Hebrew word. But if you translate it to
No,
Latin,
dude.
Lucifer is the
Hallel
word
is
used.
a Hebrew word, my guy.
Lucifer, yeah, Lucifer is not even a name.
Elohim, what?
Talking.
Israel.
This drunk needs to fuck off. I'm gonna leave.
Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish? Just tell me.
Actually, I am actually very white Viking and Jewish. Thank you very much.
Oh, who kicked him out? Did he go?
He got. Yeah, somebody made a decision.
He got kicked.
He took it. He took it seriously because he knows I try to be calm, and like when people aggravate me, I'm gonna match their energy, and then it's gonna derail.
Yeah. So you were talking about Lucifer and the origins of the name. Yeah, no, it's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's convoluted. Like the word Hallel, it's a name of being. It's not his actual name. It's a name of action. What that means is it's you're describing something. So Hallel means you're shining in Hebrew, whatnot. Okay, if you translated that Hebrew word in Isaiah, oh how you have fallen, oh son of the dawn, da, 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 all that jazz, that whole section of the fallen star. That section specifically has to do with the bad one, the very fucked up one. Okay, so he falls, but the bright morning star rises. Okay, this is why they call Satan the morning star, but they also call Jesus the bright morning star. There's a difference, right? It's like I'll make you the perfect metaphor. And you've all seen Lord of the Rings?
Yeah.
Like you've seen Lord. Okay, so you know Saruman.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he was the White Wizard, right? He was the top rank, the White Wizard, the head honcho of the Wizard Order. He held the rank of White Wizard specifically, right? Saruman betrayed the good people. He betrayed, he betrayed Source. He betrayed the people, and for power, right? He wanted the ring for himself. He was even planning on betraying Sauron for freak's sake. Like this guy went full. He was too greedy for power. He basically is the story of Satan. Saruman is the Satan figure, but Gandalf is the Christ figure, because Gandalf becomes the new White Wizard, right? And even his homies, who didn't even know about the development, they thought the Balrog killed them back in Moria, right? He comes back, and I'm like, I'm back to you, and I'm shiny boy now. I'm a shiny, I'm here at the turn of the tide type situation, right? And Gandalf, he's in his white light now, and he used to be Gandalf the Grey, right? So if you look at the office of Lucifer as an office, a state of being, right? A loyal light would be like the bright morning star, Jesus Christ, right? A disloyal light would be Satan, who falls like Saruman. but then Gandalf replaces him. It's the book of Isaiah, bro. Because the new bright morning star replaces the one that betrayed. You see what I mean? So when it comes to the word Lucifer, it's an office, right? It's an office even higher than Michael himself. So people think Michael is some sort of high-level angel and some sort of commander of the armies. That was an interpretation by a specific monk that so many people believe in that is actually wrong.
I disagree.
And what do you disagree with, Andy?
Well, okay, so if you think about the context of that Isaiah passage and who's being talked to, it's a taunt that is being told to take up against the king of Babylon, which was most likely King Nebuchadnezzar. And so he's saying to say to King Nebuchadnezzar, you know, oh, son of the dawn, how you've fallen from heaven, or how you've fallen from the sky. And this is in reference to Babylonian mythology, which should be expected. You're talking to the king of Babylon here, so it's a taunt against the king of Babylon. It literally says, take up this taunt against the king of Babylon. And so you're taunting the king of Babylon by making a comparison to Babylonian mythology, because in Babylonian astrology and mythology, Venus was referred to as the morning star or the bringer of dawn because it was in the sky, and it was called this for 9 months out of the year. It would be called the morning star, and then for the other 3 months out of the year, it was called the evening star, and it was called the bringer of dawn because it came up in the sky before the sun came up, and then
I'm
once
aware
the
of the
sun
story.
came up,
I'm
right?
aware
So
of the
this is.
story.
So in my opinion, this is what the author is saying. He's saying to make a comparison to Venus, to taunt the king of Babylon by saying, look at you, you're just like Venus. You were high up in the sky, the brightest star in the entire sky, i.e. the most powerful king in the land, and you fell from heaven. You fell from grace because you've been conquered by the Persians.
So I understand the historical context. A lot of people use the Isaiah situation in that specific passage, because one guy, he tried to use that against me, thinking I was some sort of bad guy. He was like, the fuck you on about? Because he saw my light, apparently, and he decided to get all uppity, and he behaved like a fucking warlock, and he literally tried to, like, fuck with my head, and basically, where am I going with this? So I had to comprehend what was going on with my own journey, and this guy kept using a lot of witchcraft on me, right? And by figuring out certain things, certain wisdoms, I was able to understand and comprehend the intricacies of spiritual warfare. And like, I found myself being protected by beings that are actually higher rank than Michael himself, right? And I know you disagree with the whole other thing with the historical context, but like, one thing, what I'm proposing is that the office of Lucifer is actually higher than the office of Michael. So if the light of the world, the new one, right, basically the son of God, gets in the office, right, starts being a shiny boy, and he's loyal to God, right, he is what Lucifer should have been, right? Because what Gandalf told Saruman, so Gandalf told the Fellowship, I'm what Saruman should have been, right? He should have been loyal. So a lot of problems happen when beings betray. And sometimes when beings betray, then that's called for somebody getting an upgrade. And I can tell you right now, the individual who has the house of Lucifer, the actual office itself, is the Atom. Quite literally the Atom. It's no longer Satan, and that pisses him off.
Yeah. It's interesting. I personally don't think that Lucifer was ever a character. I think that when you see Lucifer in like the Hellenistic literature, like the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs and the Book of Enoch and things like that, the New Testament. I think that them equating Lucifer with Satan is a translation error. I think that they're making a mistake.
You're not wrong. You're not. They're confusing the archangel Samael, who kind of tormented Job, with, because he's called Satan, right? Because Satan means accuser, and that's basically Samael's job sometimes. But they confuse the real traitor, right? The traitor Samyaza, the leader of the Watchers, he's the actual demonic character most people would colloquially point to, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of people really don't fathom that, because they took out the Book of Enoch in the Catholic canon and the Orthodox canon. Did you know the Orthodox canon in the year 500? There was a council in the 500s. They decided to remove the belief of reincarnation from Christianity. So reincarnation was actually part of Christianity as an idea for the first 500 years of its being. Most people don't know that.
Kind of reanimation, really, not reincarnation necessarily, but yeah, pretty much.
No, resurrection and reincarnation, both of them. Like,
right,
basically
it
the
was
existence of the cycles.
It wasn't it a one-time thing though?
No. The book of Hebrews was written by Paul, and he's not even one of the apostles. They claim he is, but he's not.
Well, I mean, I guess if you want to take it all literally, but I would say like 99% of Bible scholars reject that Paul wrote Hebrews.
They say a lot of them did, or it was somebody from his sect. Like they know it's not one of the original 12 and stuff like that. But in regards to that, so there's a lot of interpretations, and in the book Peter's Apocalypse, it is more of an apocryphon book, considered to be apocryphon. Jesus told Peter in Peter's Apocalypse, in the future, religions will go with false interpretations, and they will lose themselves, right? And you can imagine religious institutions taking a problem with that prophecy, right? But it came true. Like, you have people who think Michael is the Christ and they're worshiping him. You have people over here following this dogma or that dogma based on this decree or that decree. Did you know Jesus was more for women than you think? And Paul, he preached celibacy for the wrong reasons, right? But the entire reason the priesthood is as it is because of his teaching. Most of what the Catholic Synod talks about is Paul. Like, you don't hear from Peter too much, to be honest, even though Peter's the rock.
Well, describing under the definition of Antichrist that you had given earlier, I would say that Paul fits that definition. He tried to take over.
He does.
And not only that, but I think that Paul is specifically what Jesus warned about in Mark 13 when he was talking about false prophets and false messiahs coming in his name, making claims. And he says, do not listen to them. I've already told you everything.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, even if so Paul also cursed angels. He cursed an angels. So he cursed the angels and new prophets if people preach something different than he does. The thing is, he cursed on Jesus Christ when he said that, because he contradicted Christ, right? It's Paul saying, haha, because he sacrificed on the cross, all our sins are gone, no more law. But before Jesus was put there in Golgotha, he said, do not think that I come to hang the law.
Yeah.
So Paul contradicted him so hard.
Yeah,
like,
I was just going to say, Jesus said that a few times, actually, that the laws are eternal until the heavens and the earth pass away.
Like me, I take the 10 Commandments pretty seriously, although I should probably go to Sabbath more often. That's
well,
my
why
flaw.
not all 613 though?
There is a lot of them. I know the two most important ones I would follow is because Jesus stipulated his most important commandment is, love your neighbor and take care of each other. Just like don't be cruel to each other. Stuff. It was a very simple commandment too, but it was just, in its simplicity is in its sometimes shorter is better, right?
Yeah. The problem with those two commandments, not that they're not good commandments, they're great commandments, and they're both already in the Old Testament. But the trouble with the wording, with how Jesus said that, is that Christians often take it to mean that Jesus was using those two laws to replace all of the other old laws. They're saying that these two laws summarize, if you're doing these two laws, you're completing what the other laws were meant for. And that's not at all what Jesus said. They just asked him which two were the most important in his opinion, and he listed off those two.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. Most Christians will look at that as if it's a substitute for the whole law, thanks to Paul's bullshit. But
yeah,
so I watched the whole essay, right? If you look on YouTube, Paul confirmed Antichrist. Okay, I actually think he's the false prophet, and Nero is the first, the beast, right? And the beast system, right? A lot of people wonder, what is the beast system? And in Revelations, it was prophesied it's on 7 hills. Guess what has 7 hills? Guess where the beast was when Peter came around? Rome, exactly. Don't trust the Catholic Roman Church. You can trust Catholic Universal people because they don't trust the Pope. They know not to. Basically, he's the vicar, right? What is another word for vicar synonymous to that, right? It means in place of, right?
Yeah.
I told you the word meaning of vicar and anti are extremely synonymous, you could say. So Pope Leo needs to really watch his own fucking ass right now, I think. Like, I'm being colloquial about that, just being like, I'm being proverbial, right? And I don't think they fathom how dangerous that is, and a lot of people don't know the whole mystery Babylon, the cults systems that were predicted to come around. They're here. Look at Epstein and all that jazz stuff, right? And the problem is that if you look at the Catholic Roman Church, they do their banking with Persia, with Iran, but they also do their banking with the Zionists. They're playing both sides.
Well,
So
they probably have to, because they had problems with the Jews, the Catholics.
Yeah, there were a lot of problems with them, actually, between them. Given I was born Catholic, but I happen to be Jewish ancestrally. The issue with the Catholic Church right now is that the Rothschilds are actually the ones running their bank system. And since they don't pay taxes, like they literally turned the Church of Peter into a prostitute for money, for lack of better words.
I know they had the Vatican Bank, but I'm not sure if they're... I heard they tried to reduce the corruption in the Vatican Bank.
They have been, like, fuck, I want them to stop the child trafficking and all sorts of fuck shit they might be connected with. They're connected to a lot more pies than people might think, man.
Yeah,
so
no,
it's
but
not...
the Catholics, they have a lot of education. They have the highest amount of private schools in the world.
That's true, right? But the thing is, I went to some of these Catholic schools, right? Guess who was there? A lot of Islamic migrants who were doing hate crimes on me ever since I was 9 years old, bro. I'm in my 30s now. So I don't really put trust in those school systems. just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this situation in the UK, bro, that's been going on for at least 20 years, bro. More. Anyway, I'm going to step down. My pizza's here, so I'm going to go have that. But yeah, keep that in mind. Vicar and anti are synonymous, meaning substitute or in place of.
Yeah, I'm going to look into that. I never heard that.
So, Kenny, are you walking around London going for a drink or something?
I am walking around London. I ain't going for a drink. I'm going to do something else.
Meet a woman.
Not meet a woman. No, I'm going to a cafe, which is now closed.
Right. Why are you doing that?
Because I was in this cafe earlier on today. I ordered a coffee and I sat down. My coffee came. 15 minutes later, I went to the water container where the glasses are, poured myself a glass of water. And I went up to the counter and said, "Excuse me, it's 25 degrees outside and I would like some ice in my glass of water." She says, "We don't give ice in the tap water because the tap water is free and we have to pay for the ice." I went, "Okay." And I sat down. So hold on, this is fucking wrong. So I went up to her again. I said, "Excuse me, I'd really like some ice in my tap water. So let's make an alternative arrangement. You can charge me extra if you think it's appropriate for some ice, but I'd really like some ice in my glass of water." She says, "Okay, I'll charge you extra then. Come to the till." I said, "Print me off a receipt." She charged me an extra 30 pence for about fucking 7 cubes of ice. Now, you might think with the tone of my voice right now, you're live on the Finding Gnosis show, live on YouTube. Say hello. If you don't agree with that, why did you pay for the ice and ask her to charge you extra? Because sometimes you have to shame people by getting them to go through with a shameful act, you know? Because if you just say, "Oh, that's shameful, you shouldn't be doing that," they're not going to listen to you, they're just going to ask you to leave. But if you get them to go through with that act and then pretend that it's all fucking normal, you're flipping the script on them. You know, she's going to have to tell people that she knows about that. I made a little bit of a, not a big scene, but I was very deliberate and very intense with the way I was communicating it, very theatrical, you know, things like holding the gaze, keeping a straight face, that kind of thing. And she's sort of giggling with her colleague as if it's all fucking funny. So I have a solution. And here's my solution. Shoe glue.
Uh-oh.
So it'll cost about close to £200 to get a new lock, plus the call-out charge of a locksmith. So that rather than the ice costing me 30 pence, it's costing me, was costing her £200, you know? Now I searched the reviews on tripadvisor.com of this cafe. Not going to tell you which cafe it is, of course. And there was a bad review in the comments. I can't even. A bad review in the comments section. A woman had complained that the customer service was awful and this woman was really unfriendly. Same thing happened to her. She asked for ice in her glass of water, and the woman told her, "We don't give ice because the tap water is free and we have to pay for the ice." I've never come across anything like that in my fucking life. Yeah, this is nah. And I'm fucking sick of being passive when I'm getting shit on by people.
Dude, you might get arrested for what you're doing there. You might get arrested for what you're doing.
Not gonna get.
I think.
Not gonna get arrested. Not gonna get arrested.
You might get fined.
They're not going to be able to prove it's me for a start. You know? Like, I'm not going to tell.
She might be watching this show.
I don't think so. She doesn't seem like a seeker of Gnosis. She doesn't seem like a seeker of Gnosis to me. Yeah, so.
Dude. I've never
What's
done
up?
well. I have. Have I done something like that? I've climbed on top of a tennis court gate to get my bag that I left behind. That was pretty dodgy. And the tennis court gate was pretty tall and spiky.
Right. Fair enough. Yeah, so I'm thinking of walking past in the morning when she's waiting on the locksmith coming. You got any ideas of what I could say to her? I'm thinking something along the lines of, that ice cost you a hell of a lot more than what it cost me, didn't it, sweetheart? Yeah.
Yep.
Or I could just casually walk past and say, hi, how's business? Or play on my Bluetooth speaker, Vanilla Ice. Ice, ice, baby. Doom, 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 doom. Yeah.
Dudes.
Yeah.
So, Andy, do you have any more religion stories? Like, what have you found out recently, scholarship-wise or historically-wise?
What have I found out?
Recently about religion.
Well, I wouldn't say found out. I was kind of plotting out. So I was plotting out the conquests of the Amorites moving out from Mesopotamia, and then I was comparing that with the chronology listed from the Book of Kings that talks about the Israelites being enslaved in the land of Egypt or whatever. And there was some interesting crossover that kind of gives credence to the patriarchal story of Abraham and stuff. I was really surprised to see it, actually.
Wait, say that again. The Amorites. Say it again. Sorry, wasn't listening fully.
The Amorites are kind of like a powerhouse group that took over Mesopotamia, and once they spread out from Mesopotamia, they conquered everything in Canaan. They conquered the lower Hittite lands. They moved into Egypt and conquered northern Egypt. And so I plotted the dates of those conquerings in comparison with the dates of the Israelites being enslaved as given in the Book of Kings, and they line up extremely closely. It was really surprising to see that it kind of like it validates a little bit the Book of Genesis more than I thought it would have.
Okay, so that the Amorites are from Egypt. Where are they from? The Amorites?
They're kind of like in like where Syria is today, like in between Mesopotamia, in between Iraq and Israel, but like north a little bit along the border of Turkey.
So you're saying the Jews got enslaved by them, not the Egyptians? Is that what you're saying?
Well, in my opinion, the Jews were never enslaved in Egypt. I think that's just a kind of a misunderstanding, like kind of like a game of cell phone where the story gets told and filtered through a bunch of times and screwed up. I think that they're referring to the Egyptians enslaving them in the land of Canaan, because Egyptians for 400 years, which is how long the Bible says that they were under Egyptian control. For 400 years, the Egyptians owned the land of Canaan, and every Canaanite city was like a vassal to the Egyptians. And I think that's more likely what they're referencing, because there's no evidence of anyone being enslaved by the Egyptians, or that the Egyptians even used slave labor for those projects. There's no evidence for Israelites wandering in the desert for 40 years. You know, it was supposed to be like a 2 million person group wandering for 40 years in the desert, and there's just like virtually no evidence of them ever being there. So I think it's more or less referring to their time in Canaan.
Right. So what do you think about the Hexos, the Exodus of the Hexos, and the similarities with the Exodus?
Yeah, that's a big part of why I started. That's that's also plotted onto this. Hold on, I actually have my notebook here. But that was a big part of why I started making this comparison, was because I was under the impression that the Hyksos were the, it was like the true Israelite story. I've abandoned that idea since then, but I think that what's more likely is that the Israelites were formed by a few different groups, and some people that were part of the Hyksos military group were later absorbed into what became Israel. So it's like they're combining a bunch of stories. It's not just necessarily that, they all used to be Hyksos, but it's that they, some of them used to be Amorites, some of them used to be Hyksos, some of them used to be desert wanderers, south of Edom and Moab, and it's kind of a conglomeration of several groups, and they're combining all of their foundation stories in the Bible as if it was all one group, which it wasn't.
Interesting. And what about King David? Do you think King David was a real guy, or was he imaginary?
Ooh, that's
Well, he could have been exaggerated.
Yeah, he could have been exaggerated. What I think is that, and that happened a lot, by the way. Like people would just, they would take a real person and give them mythological stories to glorify them. So that's not like out of the ordinary to come to that conclusion. But in reality, outside of the Bible, there's just simply no evidence for David or Solomon or anything of like a united monarchy or anything like that. This is only in the Bible, and the story that like mentions David, like the book of Samuel is particularly where David's mainly detailed and where he gets introduced into the story, is full of historical falsehoods and just blatant mythology. And so I don't. There's no like actual good line of evidence that is associated with David in any way, aside from a piece of pottery that says House of David. So I mean, David could have been a real person, but we don't know like to the degree that he's being described in the book of Samuel. Probably not. I would say it's that like there's no evidence that Israel was that size. When we think of like the book of Samuel, it talks about David taking over the land of Jerusalem, and he says that the land was called Jebus, and that's why the people native to the land of Jerusalem are called Jebusites. And he says that it was originally called Jebus, and that when he took the place over, he renamed it Jerusalem to mean city of peace. And that's bullshit, because King David would have lived around 1000 BCE, and we have the Amarna letters, which are correspondence between the former king of Jerusalem, like the actual Canaanite king of Jerusalem during that time, the native Canaanite king before the Israelites were in the picture. This was in like 1400 BCE. So we have the Canaanite king of Jerusalem, sending letters back and forth with the Pharaoh of Egypt, and the city in those letters is literally called Jerusalem or Yerushalayim. And this is 400 years, 350, 400 years before King David would have been alive. So King David saying that it was called Jebus first and that he named it Jerusalem is just completely fictional. It's provably false. And so that makes, that plus all of the other stuff, plus the lack of evidence, it kind of makes me think that David's a made up character, or that he was just some regular dude with nothing significant about him really, other than being like the leader of a small clan.
Wow. So the people who wrote these books knew they were lying. They were priests, were they? The people who wrote the Old Testament, and they were making shit up for power reasons. Yeah, interesting.
Exactly. Yeah, they were glorifying the tribe of Judah because they were Judahite priests. More specifically, they were Levitical priests that were working with the tribe of Judah. So not only were they glorifying the tribe of Judah and Judahite kings, but they were also glorifying Levitical priests, and setting themselves up for, payments of meat, payments of money, payments of free land, things like that, power in the house, power in the temple.
Yeah. And Yeah, that shows you. And they probably knew. Did they know about the stories of? They say that Judaism started at 400 BC before Christ. Is that right? The first mentions of Moses, or they found stuff in Elephantine and they didn't mention Moses. But then
Yeah,
400 years. Go on.
well, that's a good point that you brought up. Is that so? Like when the Babylonian exile came around and the Babylonians conquered well, it was actually like when the Assyrians came in. So like 700 to 600 BCE, when the Mesopotamians are coming in and conquering Canaan, a bunch of the Judeans that were in Jerusalem moved to the island that you were mentioning. It's an island on the Nile River in southern Egypt called Elephantine. And they took over the island and it became a Jewish island ruled by Jews completely. And they practiced Jewish culture. It was Yahwistic. They worshipped Yahweh as their primary deity. But what they never did, like you were saying, is mention any of the patriarchs. They never mentioned Moses or any of the Exodus narrative or any of that stuff. Even there were even parts where they were talking about during that being persecuted by Egyptians in the Elephantine letters. It would have been like a perfect time for them to bring up the fact oh, it's just like when we were enslaved by the Pharaoh. You know what I mean? Like to make that comparison, that would have been exactly what somebody would have said. But not only that, they're talking about all the important figures of their past and stuff, and it's just for Moses's name to not come up is just completely unexpected. I understand that it's just kind of like an argument from silence, but that's a lot of silence.
Yeah, because Moses is supposed to be the main guy, right, in Judaism.
Absolutely. He's where all of the laws came from. And not only that, but they're not showing any awareness of the laws of Moses either. They're eating catfish. They're worshiping outside of Jerusalem. These things are illegal.
All right. So they were the Jews, but they were like the really OG Jews, the old time Jews. And this is before the Bible was written. The Old Testament was written.
Well, Isaiah and Jeremiah and Ezekiel would have been around most likely. And pieces of Judges, little pieces of Exodus, little pieces of Genesis, but the rest of it all came after that. Oh, Psalms, although a couple pieces of Psalms are really old as well.
Right.
But yeah, most of it was after the exile.
So did the Jews copy the Greek mythologies as well? The Old Testament Jews, did they copy the Greeks, like Plato and stuff like that, their philosophies?
That is hotly debated. I'm not sure I can actually take a position. I've heard really good arguments that they did. I'm not necessarily convinced. I think that a lot of the parallels come more from the Babylonians than they do from the Greeks. I think that most likely they got a lot of their influence from Babylon after the Babylonian exile, because they spent nearly 100 years, and it was the elites, by the way, the elite Jews are spending nearly 100 years in high seats of power in Babylon, in well-respected jobs. People think of them as going there and being, slaves and peasants or something. They were held in very high regard and worked extremely important jobs, and they would have been indoctrinated quite easily because of that into Babylonian mythology. And so I think that, yeah, Jewish philosophy, Jewish mythology is much more reflective of Babylonian rituals and stuff.
Yeah, like what's that Persian religion called there?
Zoroastrianism.
Is that what influenced them, or the Babylonian pagan religions of God?
I personally think Babylonian is there's much more influence there, but there is definitely influence from the Persians, especially when it comes to the concept of monotheism. Zoroastrianism is kind of the first monotheistic religion, and they're also centralized on eternal fire and things like that. There's a lot of parallels between Moses's burning bush situation on the mountain and Zoroastrian eternal fire. There's some things, but again, it's the parallels are much more strong with Mesopotamian literature, I think.
Could you give us some similarities with the Babylonian stories?
The flood story is a great example. The flood narrative is taken directly from the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Babylonian version of the Epic of Gilgamesh. It talks about a boat, the god first, in the Bible it's said to be one god, but in the original Epic of Gilgamesh it was multiple gods. So the god Enlil says, he's frustrated with people and wants to send down a flood to kill everybody, to wipe everyone out because they're too noisy. In the Bible, it's just Yahweh, the God, says, that he's going to wipe out the world, and he tells Noah. Well, in the Babylonian Epic of Gilgamesh, Enki, the god, comes and tells the truth to, it's Utnapishtim is the name of the Noah figure in the Babylonian version. So there's two gods in conflict with each other. One god says he wants to kill everything, and then Utnapishtim is being intervened by the other primary deity who is like trying to save humanity. In the Bible, those are combined into one deity, Yahweh. He's the one that wants to kill the world, and he's the one that's trying to save humanity by telling Noah. And so they both get told to build a boat. The boat is like 97% the same area as the boat listed, because the dimensions are given in both stories, like specific cubit dimensions are given in both stories. And I believe they're like 97% the same area as one another, just different shapes. They're both told to keep like a male and female of every animal onto the boat and to repopulate the world after the flood. It gives like a day and night length of how long they're on the boat. They get off the boat. He sends ravens and doves, just like Noah does in the Bible, to see if there's dry land, to see if the bird comes back so that if there's land. Literally the same exact types of birds. And then after they get off the boat, once the waters have receded, he makes sacrifice to the gods, and the gods flock around the sacrifice like flies because of the aromas. And in the Bible, Noah says that God loved the sweet smelling aroma of the sacrifices because he made sacrifices immediately after getting off the boat. So it's like basically the same story. I mean, it's a clear. I wouldn't say that they're necessarily sitting there with the Epic of Gilgamesh, writing side by side, like writing their own version of it. But it's just that the Epic of Gilgamesh probably inspired a bunch of similar tropes that are very similar, and they're like 3 or 4 or 5 degrees separation from the Epic of Gilgamesh. You think about like superheroes. Like when we see a guy with, underwear over his pants and boots that match and a logo on his chest and a cape, and he's got a mask on to cover up his eyes, and he has superpowers and he can fly. We think,
Okay,
you might think.
Can I get in here quickly? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I've arrived at the scene, but I have to wait on a delivery lorry departing the scene. I'm going to come out the studio now because I don't want DNW to get a crime strike. All right?
Good thinking.
Might be against community standards to film a crime live on his show. Not that I'm actually really going to do it. I was just thinking about it, and I'm still thinking about it. But I'll update you later on.
All right.
Wish me luck.
Be safe.
Have a good time. You look like Zorro.
Glue.
All right.
He looks like Zorro or something. Being a superhero.
Oh yeah. So the comparison I was making was like, well, if you just think about like when people say, like they come up with a story about a man with a cape and a logo on his chest and he can fly and he's got superpowers, and you think, oh, that person copied Superman. Like it's say 2025, you see someone and you might think, oh, that person copied Superman. But in reality, he could have copied Batman. He could have copied, one of, Captain Planet, like one of the other 3,000 people that have superpowers and capes, because it's a well-established trope at this point. Like, yeah, maybe in the 1930s or something, if you would have done that, someone would have been like, you're copying Superman. But at this point, it's spread out so many times that it's so common that it's like you don't know where it came from. It's just in the air, like everyone's doing superheroes. And so the same thing is kind of happening, in my opinion, with the stories in the Bible and the Epic of Gilgamesh. It's not that they're copying from the Epic of Gilgamesh, but it's just that the Epic of Gilgamesh sparked a giant tidal wave of oral traditions about the Epic of Gilgamesh that transformed like the game of telephone.
Yeah. And were there a lot of gods in the ancient times that liked sacrifices? Like, was there loads of them? That were...
All gods, yeah, all gods wanted sacrifice in the ancient world. Like anyone that worshipped a god was making sacrifice to that god.
Really? Even the Egyptian ones, the Babylonians, Persians, they're all doing sacrifices?
So Egyptian is probably the one that I understand the least. If I'm not mistaken, they were making sacrifices, but I know for a fact that all of the Mesopotamians, Canaanites, and Persians and stuff were making sacrifices to their gods. They're specifically cataloged in the, like I have this book, for instance, it's called Before the Muses. It's just like an anthology of all kinds of different Akkadian writings. And they go into great detail about temple sacrifices for all the different gods. Same with there's like if you look at the ancient Sumerian writings as well, same thing. Just every time a god is mentioned, it's pretty much just because they're mentioning it just to talk about like how what was sacrificed, what animal was sacrificed, or how much grain was sacrificed, or why it was sacrificed to that god.
Wow. So they must have like got an idea for it and then everybody else copied it. I guess sacrifice. I mean, obviously humans want to eat. So they were saying the gods have to eat. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. They thought about like their conceptions of the gods were invented off of thinking about themselves. These gods were just an extension of us, basically.
Right. But like, were some of the gods like, I mean, the Babylonians, they probably had loads of gods, right? Loads of different gods.
Oh yeah, dozens.
And like, did the empires? So, what is the oldest gods mentioned in like the Middle East before Yahweh?
It would have been probably Anu. I would say Anu or El. They both go back to the dawn. Well, okay, so like the dawn of writing, for instance, was about 2700 BCE, where writing became, more than just for accounting, and people started actually talking about their gods and stuff. It was right around 2700 BCE, and right off the bat, like the main, 5 or 6 gods in the Sumerian pantheon are all mentioned. So we don't know. Like for instance, before the dawn of writing, we have temples for the god Ea or Enki. That like we're certain they're for the god Ea and Enki because they're themed like based on like these future stories about Enki. Like it's like clearly a temple for Enki. It's decorated and like themed based on like his key attributes, but there's no writing from that time for us to be like, you know what I mean? But I think that before these like this pantheon of gods, it seems like everyone was worshiping a mother goddess all across the entire ancient Near East. It was like a single mother goddess was like the primary deity for everybody. This is reflected in like little figurines that are constantly shown that depict like this great fat lady on a throne, and it'll have like lions on each side of the throne. And this is like a recurring motif that's existed for like the past 40,000 years. Even in Europe. It goes all the way into Europe even.
Right. So they were worshiping their mothers, understandably. And then when they started writing, they were like, "Feck that, men need to go do it now," or something.
Before writing, it was before writing, because like the temple for Enki is from like more than 1,000 years before writing emerged.
Right, but the invention of writing made the male gods more powerful. Why did they get rid of the female gods?
Well, okay, so after the invention of writing, the female deity got transferred in Mesopotamia into Inanna. She became like the mother deity, the fertility deity, the sex deity, the war deity, kind of like the all-encompassing. She was just like the woman deity, and she was basically that motherly figure. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not really sure at what point she remained. Inanna remained like of utmost importance through all the Babylonian ages until Babylon was conquered forever by the Persians. She never waned in popularity. She remained right at the head of the pantheon until Babylon fell.
Oh, right. So then the Persians took over and got rid of those religions, and Zoroastrianism took over. Yeah.
Yeah, basically. They kept a lot of Babylonian customs and traditions in order, but as far as the god worship, they continued to worship their Persian gods in Babylon.
Right. So it's actually the Persians. So without the Persians, we wouldn't have Judaism. So it's all the
Exactly.
Iranians' fault. It's all the
Yeah.
Iranians' fault. No wonder we're going to war against Iran.
Yeah, they have a big part in it for sure. Like you were saying, the Greeks do as well, because especially for Christians, because like the Greeks produced Hellenistic Judaism, which is where you see apocalyptic Judaism emerge, and that's where these concepts of the Messiah really start to take off and become crazy and futuristic, and that's why we get these stories about Jesus, because they're misunderstanding all of this concept of the Messiah. 90% of Jews and Christians just completely don't understand the Bible. It's unfortunate, but the concept of the Messiah stems from a misinterpretation of the book of Isaiah. When the concept of Emmanuel comes up, the son of this king, or this future king that is being talked about in the book of Isaiah, people think that that's talking about someone hundreds of years from now. And that's a misinterpretation, and that's why there was no Messiah in the way that Jeremiah or Ezekiel or Daniel or Jesus was talking about. There never was a Messiah like that. That's not what Isaiah was saying at all. It was, I don't really want to be long-winded about this, but
Wait, are they talking about a country? The Messiah is going to be a king or a physical person. I know the Old Testament prophecies don't talk. I think it's DZ Debates talks about this a lot. The guy from DZ Debates. I list him.
Yeah, Justin's really good about the messianic prophecies. But no, the Messiah is not a country. Okay, so in the book of Isaiah is where the concept of like this Messiah that ends up getting carried on begins. And he's talking about so Isaiah is talking to King Ahaz. God is communicating with King Ahaz through Isaiah, and he's saying he tells King Ahaz is the king of Judah, by the way, and he's an evil king. He like sacrificed his own son and stuff. So anyway, God is talking to King Ahaz, and he's saying, ask for any sign as high as heaven or as low as Sheol, and I'll grant it for you. Like, in other words, to prove that I'm God, you know what I mean? You command whatever sign you want, and no matter how difficult it is, I will do this miracle to prove to you that I'm God. That's what God says to Ahaz, right? And so Ahaz rejects God. He refuses to ask for the sign. This pisses God off. It pisses Isaiah off. Isaiah kind of rebukes Ahaz a little bit, and he says, fine, you don't want to ask for a sign, I'll force a sign on you. And he says, behold, a woman is pregnant. I can't remember the exact words used. I should have busted open my Bible, but it's like a woman has conceived and is with child. So he's talking present tense. Remember, this is a sign for Ahaz. Ahaz is alive. He's literally talking to Ahaz face to face during this verse. And so this is a sign for Ahaz, and he's talking about this boy that will be born. The woman is pregnant right now. And the boy is going to be born, and before that boy is born, or before that boy is old enough to know the difference between good and evil, the land of the two kings that you're in fear of will be destroyed, and which was Aram and Samaria. It was Aram and the nation of Aram and the nation of Samaria, which was the northern kingdoms of Israel, had teamed up with one another against Judah. And so Ahaz was talking about how he was afraid that they were going to kick his ass, basically. And so, yeah, Isaiah was saying, don't worry, that before this woman's pregnant right now, right? And before this child that she has is even old enough to know the difference between good and evil, which was like, as soon as you're old enough to talk in ancient Judaism, basically, you're held morally accountable. So a couple of years old. So he's saying, within a couple of years, Aram and Samaria are going to be destroyed. And that literally happened in that exact time frame. He was talking to King Ahaz in 735, and they were conquered in 732. So like 3 years later, before the kid was old enough to know good from evil, the land was conquered. So this whole and this kid is Emmanuel. His name's Emmanuel. He's supposed to be a king that becomes the leader of Judah. He returns everyone in the world to Torah observance. It gets really carried away over the course of all the prophetic writings. But my point is that people are taking this to be some future king, hundreds of years after Isaiah, and they're completely missing the whole point of what Isaiah said. It's not a future king. It's the child was literally being born during the time of Ahaz. It was a sign for Ahaz to see himself. He said, this woman has conceived and is with child, and within a couple of years, that child will, by the time he knows good from evil, I'm repeating myself now, but you get the point. Like this was not a future king hundreds of years
you're saying that the
now.
Christians, the Christians think that this is Jesus.
Exactly.
They use that. Or do the Jews also, the Jews expect a Messiah as well, but they have different prophecies for that, do they?
Yeah, exactly. The Jews make the exact same mistake that the Christians are making, and it's hilarious. The Jews are more accurate about the Bible, no question, but it's funny when they hold themselves and do like a moral grandstand over top of the Christians, because you're making the same, just ridiculous, like rookie error about the Messiah that the Christians are making. So it's kind of silly to hold yourselves above them when you're doing the same stupid thing that the Christians are doing with the Isaiah passage.
They use that prophecy, the Jews, for their Messiah as well, do they? The Jews?
Yeah, yep.
Is that like one of the main prophecies they have, the Jews, or there's loads of other ones?
Well, that's where it all started. So like that concept of like, because then it continues, because Isaiah has several authors. It was edited over 3 different time periods, maybe 4. And so it gets added on to, and it talks about the destruction of Babylon, the Persians conquering them, everything. Cyrus is basically called the Messiah. I forgot what you asked. I apologize.
No, I'm just saying that's what the Jews, when they're waiting for their Messiah, they use that as their predictions.
That's the foundation of everything, is Isaiah's, but it gets expanded on by Jeremiah and Ezekiel and then Daniel. They kind of add on and like modernize.
Breaking news.
Let's hear it.
Tonight, a secret operative who will remain nameless at this time successfully carried out Operation Shoe Glue. This will cost the cafe about £200 and the cost of a new lock plus a call-out charge. Now, that's a hell of a lot more expensive than a 30 pence cup of ice. I hope this woman will think very hard and seriously about making her customers feel welcomed to her cafe, and think twice before charging them 30 pence just to have some ice in their glass of fucking tap water. I don't want to have to do this again, but I will if it comes to it. Good night.
Dude. Well, that was pretty cool. Yeah, Andrew. Yeah, I don't know about that, man. I don't think I would have done that, man.
Yeah, he's gonna
Breaking
get
it.
in trouble.
Yeah, man.
The Finding Gnosis show does not condone any criminal activity or encourage it.
There it is.
We would ask anybody considering committing a crime not to do so, and if they have done a crime, to hand themselves in. Hand themselves in immediately. Hand yourself in immediately. Sorry, my phone is ringing.
Hey man, what's up, Seth? How you doing? Or Seth? Scales? Dom. Sorry, Dominic. What's up?
How's it going?
Good. Just chilling,
Hello.
talking to Sean about the Bible and ancient history and stuff.
Yeah, I learned a lot. Thanks, Andrew. I mean, I listened to a lot of this about with Myth Vision and History Valley and all that stuff, but I always kind of forget.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a lot to take in. It kind of can rattle your head. There's so many different names and places and dates. It just, yeah. So it takes a long time to even.
But it's great. I love it.
Myth Vision and History Valley are good sources, though. I find them to be very accurate. I've fact-checked a lot of what they're saying about some of these controversial claims, and they've held up to the fact-checking most times.
Yep.
Can I ask you, Andy?
Yeah.
Because I think that all these myths and religions are just cargo cults remembering events that happen on the earth, and each different religion and myth is just basically a different retelling or remembering of those events. What do you?
No, I don't think that. I mean, in a way, I think that because it is a continuation of that. Like one person is, telling the story, and that gets passed on and changed over time. But I don't think it's intentional. Can you hear me?
I didn't hear you, but I do now.
Oh, okay. I was just saying I don't think that's how it happens. I think it wasn't intentional, and I don't think that they're each telling their actual own telling of the story. Like I don't think these people that are writing the story were actual witnesses to the flood, or witnesses to the Tower of Babel, or witnesses to the storm god. I think it's just that the story, traveled on, and most people that are writing about the story have no involvement with the origins of it and are just retelling an old story.
Yeah, I would say it's just a game of telephone. But
Yeah.
I think they were better at telephone than we were personally. Especially cultures that track their traditions orally. And definitely, I think by the time you got to writing, whoever Yahweh was based on was not existing at that time.
You'll never guess who just turned up.
Who was it?
The delivery man trying to get into the cafe and not succeeding. So that's proof that the plan has indeed worked. But I best just go in the other direction and take the long way home.
They're going to retaliate. They're going to come to your house and glue your locks shut at your house now, the owner of the business is.
They don't know my name. They don't know where I live. I only went there like fucking once a month.
I don't even know what you're doing, but whatever you're doing, you're putting yourself on. This is a public place that you're putting yourself out there to.
I'll give you a clue.
Don't that's not your benefits.
Apple tree, shake and shake it sugar, but you'll never shake me. No sirree. I'm gonna stick like glue, yeah, because I'm stuck on you. I'll try to take a tiger from his daddy's side. That's a love is gonna keep us tight. Oh yeah. I'm gonna stick like glue. Stick because I'm stuck on to you.
I hope you're not thinking about the charges you're gonna get.
Out in the kitchen, out in the hall, they're gonna do you no good at all. 'Cause once I catch you and the kissing starts, a team of wild horses couldn't tear us apart. Try to take a tiger from his daddy's side. That's a love is gonna keep us tied.
If you were Elvis, you would probably get away with it.
Yeah. I'm gonna stick like glue. Stick because I'm stuck on the you. There's your clue.
That's not really a clue.
You're an enigma. That was beautiful, Kenny.
That's all I'm gonna say. I said enough anyway. I said enough before anyway. I told you what I was going to do.
You shouldn't be giving clues on the internet. That's a public place, Kenny.
With the amount of cafes that exist in London, you're literally looking for a needle in a fucking haystack if anybody tried to stick me in. Honestly. You ain't got a fucking clue. Think about it. There's 10 million people that live in London. That's 2 Scotlands in one fucking city.
You know, if it was like 10 years ago, sure. If it was 10 years ago, sure. But, you know, it's not. They got a whole surveillance grid out there, and you're literally recording yourself doing bad things, putting it on a public website. I mean, I don't understand. You're giving us clues.
Understand your concern, but all the footage that has been broadcast on the Find and Gnosis show and what I've said so far is insufficient. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. When I'm talking, don't interrupt me. Let me finish.
To be fair, you did interrupt our good conversation with this.
Yeah, but you let me in, and you don't fucking dictate who gets to talk and who doesn't. But when I start talking, don't interrupt me until I've finished. Right. What I'm saying is the evidence so far that's been broadcast is insufficient. You've never had a confession from me. You've never seen it happen. There's no footage of it. For all that anybody else knows, I'm just fucking going for a walk, you know, and yeah, that's it.
So
anyway,
yeah,
I'll let you carry on with your conversation.
We'll talking about it. That's probably the best thing to do is just to not talk about whatever it is that you might or may not be doing.
Yeah. That means that food that gets delivered might get stolen as well. If the guy decides to just leave it outside. See? I've done a service for the homeless as well. Yeah.
I don't know, man. You might get caught by a camera because don't they have cameras everywhere?
He's got a camera on himself.
Yeah, I know, but it's one of the things, like, if you knew the cops in London, right, and how they deprioritise certain crimes, chief ones up the police, some motherfuckers super glued my luck. They're going to look at any CCTV camera footage, see a guy dressed in black wearing a fucking hat. It's not exactly narrowing it down, is it? They're not going to waste their fucking time. They're not going to waste their fucking time.
Right.
Different if I'd firebombed the place, petrol bombs, and of course they would pursue that. No, just for fucking sticking glue in a lock. No way. I've literally never heard in my life of anyone being prosecuted for super glue in a lock. I've never heard of it.
You'll be the first.
Yeah,
unless they keep. Unless you keep doing it repetitively. But for me, this is just a one-off. And I'm not going back to the place again.
Hey, D&W, can you hear me, D&W?
I can't believe you just said it again.
Okay.
No, he's not here. He's not there. Okay, guys,
All right.
I'll let you go, okay? Nice talking to you guys. Bye.
All right.
Okay. Okay. What time is it? 12 minutes past 1. Okay. Here's a lovely, it looks like an Irish pub.
You know, Kenny, in America, you would be a lawyer's worst nightmare.
The Prince of Wales. That ain't no fucking Irish pub. A lovely old traditional pub decor. You know, the little lantern, the brick wall, the guy outside with the fedora. But let's see if I can get a bit of film noir going on. Oh, there's still patrons in there. No, it's somewhere else. Right. Pub's closed. Okay. You're live on Finding Gnosis.
Well, anyway,
Come on.
have you found any Gnosis, Kenny? Are you out there finding Gnosis now?
Finding Gnosis is it's a process. It's not like going on a fucking Easter egg hunt. You know? It's a gradual process. It's a journey. I like to call it a journey.
Is it up to us to find Gnosis, or does Gnosis find us? That's the real question.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's like the yin yang. You can seek it out, but it will also seek you out as well. And either you can choose to learn from it, or you can choose to ignore it. Yeah.
Yes, only if you're ready to receive the Gnosis will the Gnosis essentially activate your wisdom.
And if you're willing to actually take on new learnings, because so many people have a full cup, you know? It's like the story of the student that go to the monk, the Buddhist monk, and the Buddhist monk's trying to teach them, you know, a new learning, and the student keeps on interrupting them and saying, what about this, what about that, you know. So the Buddhist monk proceeds to pour tea into the cup, and then the cup becomes full. But the Buddhist doesn't stop. He continues to pour so that the tea's spilling over the side of the table. And the student says, "Stop, you're spilling the tea." And the Buddhist monk says to the student, "Your mind is like that cup. That cup cannot take on new water because it's already full. Your mind is full of what you already think is true, so you're refusing to take on new learnings. Empty your mind so you can learn new things." And that's why people who are ideological, ideologues like socialists, feminists, Marxists, Christians, communists, any isms or ifs, they're the most fucking difficult people to have a reasoned discussion with, because they're so fucking sure of what they believe is fact, and that's it. They resort to name calling, ad hominems, and cognitive dissonance, and just, you know.
Yeah, it's a great point. We have to unlearn a whole lot, because people who get us to believe in things like communism, you know, if they're the ones who are in the government controlling communism, they got a whole lot to gain from us believing it.
Yeah.
That's why we have to make sure that Well, we have to make sure that we have principles first, based in something beyond human authority. I was wondering, is Andy still there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, I'm going to turn off the camera and log out.
Yeah, it would be best. Probably should have done that a long time ago.
He
With a
froze
big
up.
smug smile on my face. With a big smug smile on my face, thinking about that woman trying to get the door open in the morning, but she can't, and having to call it the locksmith, and it costing her £200 when she tried to be cheeky by charging me 30 pence for a cup of ice. Good night. Sweet dreams. Be cool.
Love you.
Laters.
Love you too.
Agape.
All right. What a character.
Yeah, he sang a whole Elvis song.
Yeah, that was actually pretty cool. I was surprised. He sounded a lot like Elvis. That was impressive. I can't do that. Dominic, I got a new book in the mail today. I'm pretty excited about it.
What is it?
It's one of the books from the from the Society of Biblical Literature, where they did a bunch of like separate books for each cultural group across the ancient Near East, and it's the Hittite mythology one. It's actually only about as thick as a magazine, but it's quite dense with stories. It's got a bunch of different stories from the Hittites and Hurrians. Really good stuff in there. I was poking through it on my lunch break today.
Now that I think of it, I don't actually know anything about Hittite mythology.
I don't either. Not a ton. That's actually why I bought that, in hopes that I can kind of understand a little bit deeper, because I know there's a strong connection between they're kind of like a connecting tissue between Canaan and Mesopotamia. Like it kind of got like the Mesopotamian stories got filtered through the Hittites when they made their way to the Canaanites. So it kind of, I think, will be helpful. And also the Greek.
When I say to you, how can I be an anti-Semite if I love people, not love, but appreciate people, but love them and absorb them from ancient Samaria? Yeah, Semites.
Okay, I think you're going to need to repeat that question because I just did not understand it.
Mate, do you know what an anti-Semite is?
You said something about being an anti-Semite.
Well, good luck to you, because the goalposts keep shifting. Do you know what I mean?
Well, Semitic means somebody that speaks a Semitic language. So Arabic,
Yeah, but
Jewish, Canaanite,
mate,
all of
how
those.
many Ashkenazi Jews and other fucking Bolsheviks and other cunts from everywhere claim to be from Israel, but they're not. I mean, but left.
Well, Ashkenazi Jews do have Canaanite DNA haplogroups in their.
You got to have respect for
whatever.
the channel, guys. If you're going to make points, be very careful how you make them. He
Yeah, I
literally
agree.
said a group of people and then called them cunts. I mean, that's come on.
Yeah,
Do you
I
know
know.
what I mean?
Yeah,
That's not going to wash with TOS. TOS, baby.
that was
Vanguard.
derogatory.
You have to
He was
learn how
wrong.
to communicate in a way
was
that gets
also-
your point heard without you getting banned. Thank you. And you're not
Good
coming
point.
back tonight because you belched on the channel and you're clearly inebriated. But clearly, the point to learn tonight, Vanguard, is if you want to make a point, think about how you're making it. Otherwise, you will be banned. And it's nobody's fault, only your own. Thank you.
True that. DNW, put the hammer down. Yeah, what did he say? I can't remember what he said. He said something that was false. Something about the Jews. Oh yeah, he said Ashkenazi Jews, or he implied that Ashkenazi Jews aren't don't have Israeli ancestry.
Well, no, well, it was. I don't know what. It wasn't that. He said that Ashkenazis and other cunts. I mean, like basically calling them all cunts, but that is dangerous territory. I'm sorry, you can't do that.
Well, yeah, he did say that, but then he said like they claim
You
that
agree,
they're.
Andrew? That is
Yeah.
just unparliamentary language. It's undiplomatic, unnecessary.
Yeah, I'm against
thank
all
you.
forms of bigotry. I don't like any kind of bigotry. So yeah, anti-Semitism gets a 2 thumbs down. Most of my family is Ashkenazi Jewish on my dad's side of my family, and so I was raised by Jews. I have people in my family that are Jewish. I don't like that kind of language. I think it's rude and disgusting.
JG, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What do you want to say?
Thanks for having me.
Oh shit,
Mr.
it's
Quinn,
the
you're
real
welcome.
JG.
It's the Mr. Quinn. Yeah, the mighty Quinn. The mighty Quinn has entered the Finding Gnosis show. Kenny, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What do you want to say?
Yeah, I was astonished by the lack of England flags in London. But I'm going to show you something right now. Watch this.
What should be a not England flag?
Looks like a good place to get jumped.
That's a lot of England flags.
Hey, that's cool. I love people that represent pride for your spot.
And there's all the other countries' flags on the smaller one.
That's cool too.
There. Let's see if I can find the USA flag.
I'd be surprised.
This is Scotland flag.
Oh, there it is. Rip it off. No, I'm just joking.
There we are. South Korea. I don't know what country that is.
Yeah, that's some demonic shit. What the fuck was that? Hell?
Jamaica.
That was the hell
Scotland.
flag.
Yeah. Which one's that?
France? I don't know.
No, it's no France.
Yeah, I don't know what the logo is. That's Ireland right there.
No, it's not.
Ireland
It's the Ivory
flag.
Coast. That's the Ivory Coast, actually.
German.
That's the Ivory Coast,
England.
because Ireland aren't in the World Cup, Kenny. That's the Ivory Coast.
Oh, right, okay. What's this one?
I'm not sure if that is... look
Paraguay.
at this, Paraguay. That's Paraguay.
Paraguay.
Yeah.
What's
This
this
one
one?
here, I'm looking at that now. Right. I'm gonna have to look that up, guys. What do you think it is, guys?
Right. Canada.
Oh,
Argentina. Japan. Norway. And a few others.
Morocco, of course, Morocco.
And there's 2 big England flags on the gates as well.
Morocco. That's Morocco, Kenny.
No.
But I didn't know the star looked like that. I thought the star was more symmetrical. That one looks kind of drawn by hand. Go back to the Moroccan flag. Let us look at it.
What's the explanation for all of the England flags? What's that about?
I'm
Is there
just
like a football
surprised that
game?
Morocco is a Muslim country, and it has a star. It's interesting. It's an interesting flag.
Is that Morocco?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, okay. That was the one I said was demonic.
There we are.
Let me read you information about the flag of Morocco, if you want.
Yes.
Okay.
The flag of Morocco is the flag used by the government of Morocco and has served as the national flag of Morocco since the 17th of November 1915. It has a red field with a green pentagram in the center. The star represents the 5 pillars of Islam, and the red represents the blood of the ancestors and unity. There you go. I didn't know a star like that could represent Islam, but it does. Because I was going to ask, why isn't it a crescent or something like all the rest of them? But there you go. You learn something new every day.
Thank you for that, DNW. I've gone back into listening mode.
Thank you, Sir Kenny.
Good night.
Good night. We have who's just joined us? Mr. Quinn. Mr. Quinn, you're on the
JG.
Finding Gnosis show. What would you want to say at this juncture?
Do you guys think that Christianity and Islam are sects of Judaism?
Yes. Yeah, Christianity is Judaism, and so is Islam, in my opinion. They're just loose versions of it.
That can be deemed quite controversial.
It seems like it, but when you read the Quran, the Quran says that, I mean, Christianity obviously is Judaism. They worship, the God of the Old Testament. They keep the Passover, keep the laws of the Torah, everything, the prophets, literally every element of the Old Testament is valid to Christians. So they're definitely a sect of Judaism. But even like in Islam, in the Quran, Islam says that Allah is the God of the Bible, the God that, came to Moses and Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. It's like they affirm the prophets as well. It says like that they agree with
I mean, there
everything
was a
that the prophets
conspiracy
said.
theory going around that Christianity was started by the Jews to allow the Goy to be controlled with a religion that they were masterminding and controlling from behind the scenes. But that has been debunked. That is not true. Apparently, that is not true. It has been completely debunked.
That's interesting. I've never heard that. I think it's just more happened organically. It was just a group of apocalyptic Jews that became
There
obsessed
were
with.
many sects. There were many people in those times saying they were the Messiah. Jesus was one of many. Well, he didn't actually. I don't know. Did he actually say he is the Messiah? I think I can't remember.
Well,
Jesus
according
kinda
to
give up.
Mark,
Did he say, "I am the Messiah"?
So when he gets captured by the Pharisees and stuff, and they've got him in that little court trial in private, they ask him, they say, "Are you the Messiah, the Son of the Blessed One?" And his exact words are, "I am, and you shall see." Blah blah blah. Whatever.
Yes,
I don't remember.
you are correct.
He does specifically say that he is the
It's
Messiah.
all coming back to me now.
He also and Mark, he also denies it. Like when they say they're guessing who he is, and they say like, "Are you John the Baptist? Are you Elijah? Are you one of the prophets?" And he's like, "But who do you think that I am?" And these are the people that are given the secrets. You know what I mean? They understand the parables, and they say, Peter says, "You're the Messiah," and Jesus's response to that is, tells them not to tell anyone about him. So it's like he's basically saying, "Yes." Sorry, go ahead.
Fascinating and well communicated. Andrew, you are Ashkenazi. Now, there is also another conspiracy theory about Ashkenazis that has been debunked, I believe, as well. Because people like to make the claim, or at least when I say people who are opposed to Ashkenazi Judaism, Ashkenazi Jews, sorry, like to say they're not really ethnic Jews, that they are people who, for some reason or other, converted to Judaism in some region of Russia, I believe. Now, that is a common trope. I believe that's been completely and utterly debunked as well. Seeing as you, sir, are half Ashkenazi yourself, maybe you would be able to tell us a little bit more about the origins of the Ashkenazi people.
Yeah, that's true. I would be a quarter Ashkenazi, I think, because my grandma was 100%. My dad would have been half. But that's not true. The Ashkenazi Jews do have. There's no way to prove that they were from a tribe of Israel, but their DNA matches Palestinians from today. Like the Palestinians from today and Ashkenazi Jews of Europe have the same amount of Canaanite DNA. So, meaning, and the Canaanites and the Palestinians.
So basically, the DNA study or DNA analysis was able, genetic analysis was able to debunk that theory. That was probably put around for a long period. I reckon that was probably going around for maybe 100 years or more as a kind of conspiracy theory or kind of an anti-Ashkenazi Jew trope. But genetic analysis of the people proved that They were, in fact, ethnic Palestinians, people, ethnic Semites, ethnic Jews.
Yeah, yeah, they actually are. A lot of them, obviously, like if you have Ashkenazi ancestry, that doesn't automatically mean that, like, there could have been a Jewish man that just like married into the religion, married a Jewish woman that also just married into the religion and have no Ashkenazi ethnicity. So, like, that could be the case, but the chances are extremely low. They always married other Jews.
Indeed. I hear what you're saying. That's an interesting point. What about the male lineage of the Ashkenazis? Is it there?
What do you mean? Typically,
Is
there's
the male
patriarchal.
lineage provably back to Israel?
Yeah, the male and female are.
Male and female. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff. Okay, Kukaduma says the Jews started the entire dumpster fire of sky god worship. 5,500 years of nonsense.
No,
He
not
would
true.
say
It's
that.
not
He
true.
is an atheist. He doesn't like the Bible, the Talmud, or the Quran. He's a man of science. He wants things to be shown
did
to
not
him
start
before he
that.
will believe. But as we already mentioned tonight, they didn't start the story, did they?
Not at
No,
all.
I can actually bring up some of that. I think Andrew
We
might be
didn't
even versed in
start
some
the
of this.
fire. Sorry, I'm not a Jewish, but that song came into my head. It's a good song.
And so I want to bring something up to that, right? So
Go
I
ahead.
do a lot of research in archaeology, just as a hobby, right? I'm not some sort of super professional or whatever the fuck. It's a hobby to me, and I think hobbyists when they research find the best stuff because they're not restrained by rigid rules of how to research. I found in every single myth and mythology the Sky Father thing. That goes so far back. Like most people have no idea. Even before Sumeria, it goes all the way back to like where the Scythian steppes were. It goes all the way back to the Yamnaya, like 6,000, almost 7,000 years ago. Like the Skyfather motif, right? So one of the oldest names is Deus Pitor, right? It means shining father. That's what it means. It doesn't mean Skyfather. It means shining father, the bright one, the brightest light of them all, right? You'd compare him to Apollo or Balder if you actually saw what he looked like in the spirit world. He's a very ancient being, the ancient Skyfather. Every single culture. So Deus Pitor, the way it's written, in Rome he's called Jupiter. In Greece he's called Zeus. To the Hebrews he'd be called Yahweh because he's the thunder god, the warrior thunder god, right? To the Germans, Thor, right? That's that motif right there. Funny enough, in German, to write the word Thor, it's a P, not a T, so Pitor, Pitor. And it keeps going back to that. Like the Skyfather motif is so ancient. So before Egypt even had chariots and horses and stuff, the horse raiders, basically the ancient ancestors of the Indo-Europeans of all white people, including they're also the ancestors of the Persians. They're the ancestors of the more pale Punjabi and Indic Brahmin class of people in India also, because let's just say the Aryan boys went everywhere and they brought their Skyfather stuff with them. And fun fact, they were actually some bud merchants on the way, if you get my drift with the smoke. So that spread around because they made contact with the ancient Chinese, because the ancient Chinese Yellow River civilization, the oldest archaeological find we have of smoking hemp or green, if you know what I'm talking about, is in China, and they would put it in braziers and tents, kind of like Mongol tents, and they'd be in the braziers, basically hotboxing. That was the OG original way to smoke. Anyway, the white boys on horses came around. They traded, and they found they found they bought horses. The Chinese gave them weed, but the thing is, those ancient European ancestors brought weed and horses all over the world, and they spread it everywhere to Egypt and everything. But that they brought the Skyfather religion with
They knew
them.
how to sail, right?
Yeah, no, they were horse raiders, like Rohan, but Viking mode,
You
like
can't
very
go across the
Comanche.
world unless you can sail. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, here, let me finish my point though, okay, Isaac.
Alright, sorry.
So our the Yeah, I know you weren't here when we started it, though. So give me a moment. We're talking about how Skyfather notions spread. It spread everywhere because of the horse raiders of the ancient Europeans of old. So, in the first tribe they kind of subsumed was a Mother Earth worshipping tribe, right? And you can actually see this ancestral echo through the Greeks, because Uranus, the most ancient one on the throne, who was the husband of Gaia, the Earth, right, Mother Earth. That's the Sky Father and Mother Earth. So basically the Europeans subsumed the Mother culture, and the Europeans became a Sky Father culture and a Mother culture at the same time. So artisans, muses,
Okay.
warriors. So
I
it kept
got a
going
question.
Okay.
and going.
Okay.
Al a
Hokey
question?
doke. Hokey
Ask-
doke.
Can I ask Al a question?
Yes.
So you talk about
Hello, Mr. Mod.
archaeology, and I know that there was an ancient war, or they say it was a war, but really it's just a genetic bottleneck where approximately like one male per every 20 is reproducing while the rest of the males are not reproducing. So would you say that this event, I think they say happened about 7,000 years ago, is connected to what you're talking about?
Yeah, actually, yes. They've been doing a lot of studies on this. From what they know, from the perceivable research that I've seen as well, from what they've been talking about on the topic, there is a genetic bottleneck of female to masculine at one point. Basically, the horse lords, think pale-skinned, black hair, brunettes, sometimes blonde, sometimes red haired. Basically white people, but ultra Viking ancient mode. Like think Warhammer Fantasy, like the fucking Kurgans and the Chaos Warriors. Like literally like Chaos Warriors, what they look like. And they're coming down on their horses and stuff like Comanches, and they spread everywhere. They killed every man in every single culture they conquered. They took the women. This happened. Like this was it was a gigantic rage war that spread far flung. And the thing is, the Vikings, the Rus, who come from the Vikings, the Germans, most Celts, literally all the Celts, that they are descendants from that Skyfather culture. And even in Ireland, you can see a change from Mother Earth worshipping culture to Skyfather culture. You can actually track the disparity of the difference you mentioned in the archaeological record at that point of the mass war migration. So a gigantic, very warlike um, tribe that just would not stop. Its most closest modern comparison would be the way the Comanches fought, because the Comanches were feared by all the Native Americans for their style of wars. This is terror tactics and stuff like that, like all sorts of vicious things I can't really say on the video here. It was insanity in a bottle, and they brought their Skyfather religion with them. So the mother worshipping culture, what happened? It didn't just subsume. It didn't just get erased. They actually honored it. So the artisans of European culture, have you noticed, they're very environmentalists, Mother Earth, feminine, like the divine feminine energy type aspect stuff. That's there, but the patriarchal system was the dominant. So you had an internal mother culture. So in the castle, in the lives of these people, they had the mother culture, right? And they honored that feminine energy because it brings life, family, fertility. But everything else, administration, war mode, the working class, that was all Skyfather situation domain. Because a lot of Europeans actually operated on that throughout their different cultures. They tend to be castle folk, meaning internally they will enjoy the divine feminine aspect of life, fertility, family, peace, calmness. But everything outside of that, war, just castle by castle, right? And it was all about defending our people so we can continue every time. But yes, that genetic bottleneck, though you mentioned, is massively representative in the archaeological records throughout ancient European archaeology, and also into the Sumer Valley.
Hold on, you back up there a minute. You said that they had to go to war to defend themselves, but at the same time, you're describing everyone around them as being basically peaceable goddess cultures.
No, exactly. Look, they had an internal goddess culture, but the external, that Skyfather culture, was always going to war. And it actually was a big reason why it led them to care
did
more
it
about the internal.
where did the
It came from the
Skyfather?
steppes. It came from the steppes, the ancient Indo-European steppes, where they
And
basically built the wheel, dude. Like
so
these were the first to tame horses, right? They built the wheel. They're the ones who brought chariots and horses around. And that spread like wildfire across all the ancient cultures. Basically, all of them knew of pale white people of different hair colors literally raiding from Europe everywhere, all the way to India, forming Persia, forming the Brahmin class, forming the Europeans as like Germans, Celts, and all that, and how that developed. The castle culture, not to get misconstrued, developed after because they knew other people would go on war mode. Obviously, they're the ones who did it. That's why internally they revere the feminine, but externally, no, they go to war. They're like Vikings. They want to go to war. In fact, that religion of Odinism, you could say, if you want to use that term, was very war bent. It was all about war. It was about going to war. But
so do you think that they experienced some type of cataclysm or trauma to put them on this path? Or why do you, what my question is, what put them on the war path?
some say there are actually some archaeologists ask that question. Some historians as well. There is a point in the archaeology of the Yamnaya before they formed and before the ancient indigenous European tribes did what they did with their horse lords and moving around. The main factor was the horse advantage. Most people were not even riding on horseback or doing chariots and stuff. When you find a technological advancement, right, in war, you tend to have the upper hand. Think Europeans with muskets, right?
The first people to
And
sail.
right. So, like, whoever figured out the next military bit of tech, they got it, right? But the thing is, during the expansion of the Skyfather culture that came with them, so trade-wise, they met the Chinese Yangtze Yellow River civilization because they went all the way across Russia, right? The horse lords. It was an adventure for them, right? These are like if you're white or have any white genetics, these are your ancestors. They're literally related to anybody who's white. You come from these people. They proved it. So they went to China through the Russian region, kind of like a Silk Road through Russia. They met the people who first had marijuana and hemp, right? And it was like a Mongol type, pre-Mongol type culture, and they did business with each other. And the reason the Mongols are horse lords, they are a product of the ancient Indo-Europeans and the Asians of that region coming together, right? So that's where they come from. Their extreme warlike propensity and their Tengrism that comes from the Skyfather culture. That's one of the most Eastern variants that have survived to this day. But the thing is, trade-wise, the horse lords brought all sorts of goods with them. It was the point, right? But they were also raiding and also selling and trading. When you're like raiding around, you can't just kill everything, right? You got to do business with some people, sell some stuff. Probably slaves too was what they did.
Okay, next question is, do you think anyone had more advanced technology than just horse and wheels?
Specifically in that era, they would like everybody who saw them on horseback or with their chariots, basically. Everybody was interested in copying their war tactic because it worked so well. Land armies of infantry were just getting steamrolled. It was such a problem. So it's basically at the advent of chainmail is one example I could use. When that came around, everyone who figured, like the first time it was used, like it wasn't the secret technology anymore. The first country to use it, I think it was ancient Assyria who really started using chainmail hardcore. I might be wrong on that, but the point is, a new war technology changes everything. Like the stirrup, right? The stirrup changed everything, and it's basically the Skyfather. So on a religious social level, the Skyfather religion moved everywhere, absolutely everywhere connected to the old world, typically Europe to Asia, Africa, right?
I just looked it up. It says chainmail was made by Celts in the 3rd and 4th century BC.
There you go. Good. Nice. I like that. I actually thought it might have been Assyrians because I know they had one of the first professional armies with a lot of certain gear.
Yeah, I didn't think they had it. They definitely had a lot of chariots, and they had siege engines.
And that's the thing. Even the Hittites' chariots, the Egyptians' chariots, that signifies they had communication or even battle or trade with the northern tribes of the steppe, because they must have went from the Black Sea all the way down, right? Just like the Vikings a couple thousand years later did.
So I'm pretty sure that their religion or their mythology is identical to Mesopotamia. I looked at it once, and it's
Similar.
got the same brothers. They fight the dragon that's basically Tiamat. It's almost identical.
Yeah. Every Skyfather religion that is identified, there is always the story of the hero taking down the serpent, like just taking him down, right? There's always that motif, like Thor versus the Leviathan, or Yahweh versus the Leviathan. You know, Zeus versus the monsters, and Typhon, and all that stuff.
Teshub versus Ilyanka.
Exactly. Like
Indra versus who's the one in Hindu? Indra versus Vritra. Indra versus Vritra.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them all over. But and that's the thing. Even Hinduism, most of the notions of Hinduism actually come from the Skyfather culture that invaded them. Not a joke. Their religion is not local to them, but it became local ever since.
What makes you think that the Skyfather tradition predates Sumeria or Sumer? I mean,
It's been proven it does.
Yeah,
it
does.
comes from Europe.
The Sumerian tradition, if you go back all the way to Anu, it's like if you go up the Anunnaki chain, like if you look at the Greeks, right, there's chaos and all that, and then you have Gaia and Uranus, right? Uranus is the Skyfather, Gaia is the Earth Mother. Now look at Sumer. No, hold on. Look at the name.
Who do you think is going to win the World Cup?
Is World Cup?
Who do you think is going to win the World Cup?
Say again?
Who do you think will win the World Cup?
World Cup?
Yeah, who will win?
England, maybe.
England. He says England, maybe.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother.
And you?
Scotland.
Anyway, so when it comes to the Skyfather of the Greek culture, right? It's Uranus and Gaia, as I mentioned. You know, Saturn takes him down, but then Zeus takes him down after that, right? So we all know that story, some of you. But if you look at the Sumerian Babylonian version, Anunnaki is actually two names, Anu-Anki. It's Anu and Aki. Aki is Gaia. Anu is Uranus. Okay, so that if you look at the peak of the Anunnaki hierarchy, even before Enlil and Enki, the two main beings are a Skyfather and a Earth Mother. So if you look at every culture, it is the union of Skyfather, Earth Mother type situations. This was the ancient world balance. Some people think we had a golden age in the past, right? I think it's connected to balancing femininity and masculinity in harmony.
That's what you call modern day polytheism. Polytheism.
Yeah.
It's not as simple as polytheism, but every single culture has the Skyfather and Earth Mother thing.
Right.
That's a question though. Like, what makes you think it goes before? Like, I realize Greece and Sumer use the Skyfather and Earth Mother tradition, but like, how do we know? How would we know that it goes back before writing?
How old is this Earth? How old is recorded history? And
About 5,000
Mate, are you still drunk?
years.
Yeah, all
Are you still drunk, bro?
These are very particular questions. How old is this Earth, and how old is recorded by who in history?
I'm not gonna talk to somebody who's drunk who won't remember the conversation, bro. I'm sorry.
So you don't want to know about history. How old is this Earth, and how many civilizations have risen?
A lot. A bunch. Yes.
Well, look, even to the Native Americans, right? They see Grandfather Sky, right? The sky, the Great Spirit as well. So a lot, if you look at the Native Americans on the North American plateau, a lot of them have similarities to the Siberian indigenous tribes in Russia.
Yeah.
So
I know.
again,
I get what you're saying, but well, we don't just because like those cultures came from a time. I don't see any reason to think that like the Yamnaya cultures had a sky father. They might not have. I don't. I've
No, they
never
did.
seen any
No.
evidence for that.
They
it is,
were a
it is,
renowned
it
warrior
is,
culture devoted to a
it
sky
is
father of
quite
war.
common. It's quite
Oh,
common
what was the
for
one?
many prehistory, pre-common history, shall we say, very common for those to depict certain things in the sky,
What?
certain observations of astrological events. So I mean, how old is the world, and how old the world's supposed to be 6 or 7 thousand year old? I mean, to according to that
I
sense,
have the answer
that
to that.
the
I
world
can tell you the
is a
answer
lot
to
more
that.
older. Come on, a lot more older. How many
I have the
civilizations have
answer to
risen
that.
and fallen? Yeah, man.
I have the answer to that. If you listen, are you going to listen to what I have to say? I can answer your
Yeah,
question.
man. Come on, Kenny.
Yeah.
Come on, Kenny. Come
Okay.
on. Come on.
Nothingville, funny little two-bit town where nothing's real. Treat me like a country clown where doors keep slamming in my face. People keep putting me in my place. It's just a rat's race in a steel space. Nothingville.
Well, come on,
That's
Kenny.
your answer.
Kenny. Come on, Kenny.
That's
Can I
it. That's
tell
my
you?
answer.
Come on. Can I tell you one thing, Kenny? Those type of earbirds can
No, you
explode.
can't. No, you can't.
Those type of
I don't.
earbuds can
Hey, hey,
explode.
hey, 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 hey. Listen,
Come on,
listen.
they can explode.
No. Listen. I don't talk
Come
to
on.
drunk people who won't even remember the
I'm gonna
conversation.
talk with drunk people. Come on, Kenny.
You're in between a rock and a hard place.
Mate, what type of rock and what hard place?
I'm refusing to open up a leash contract with you, brother. Good night.
No problem. No problem. Let's call it even for the time being, alright?
Okay.
Look, the religions of the world, we don't know how old they are, but they're older than we think. I know that the two brother gods are definitely older than Mesopotamia.
Well, I would agree that they go back before writing because as soon as writing emerges, we have like a complex sky father mythology already established. So it obviously goes back before writing, but like I don't think it goes. I mean, maybe it does, but I don't see any evidence that it goes back like long before writing.
Right. Have you ever looked at the map of the Grand Canyon before? For example.
Yeah, I think so.
Right. You want to see how much is hidden from the Grand Canyon, the Great Gap, shall we call it that? And how many names had Egyptian names even before white men got there?
But dude, they actually found ancient mummies. Guess what their DNA is? Half of white men alive today have ancestry to some of the most ancient mummies they've ever tested genetically. People really don't like that, by the way. They don't like that. They don't like that the pharaohs of old that they have done science on, they're pretty well preserved, by the way, the mummies. They found out who's actually related to the pharaohs of old. Half of all white men have descendancy from the most ancient part of Egypt. So you can't tell me that they were red or brown or black. Okay? They found red hair, dude, and blonde hair too. They did ancient archaeology in the Canaanite Valley. Guess what they found? Before the Canaanites were there.
Mate, put it this way, the Vikings were long way in America, long before Plymouth Rock. I can tell you that for a fact.
Well, we know that. That's common knowledge, dude.
It's not common knowledge. Come on.
It's common knowledge that the son of Redbeard went there, dude. Come on, man.
Come on. Tell me where in America there's not common knowledge.
Erickson.
Are you literally a Canadian, dude? It's part of the history of Canada on an archaeological level.
Good. That's what I like to hear. A proud man looking in the mirror.
Kenny's finally resting from his long night.
So do you live in a hostel there, Kenny?
Breaking the law.
That's a very nice, presumptuous, very nice hostel, by the way, there, Kenny.
No, I live in a one-bedroom flat, and I let out the bedrooms on Airbnb. And when I have guests, I sleep in the living room.
You've got a one-bedroom flat in Edinburgh. Wow. How expensive is that?
London. Good night.
Yeah, I'm a mummy.
London! Fucking hell! Oh, that's very expensive, Kenny. Very expensive.
Look, what's a cultural piece of archaeology you guys like? Each one of you. What's your favorite culture to, if you've ever dived into archaeology?
I'm afraid, guys, you missed it. JG
What
is
about
a mummy. JG, are you there?
Mesopotamia, Egypt. I like Egyptian.
JG is a mummy, guys. Did you not see that?
What about Göbekli Tepe? Göbekli Tepe in Turkey.
What
Have
happened,
you ever
JG?
Have you
You're a
ever
mummy?
heard of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey?
Yeah, I've heard of that. Also, Karahan Tepe near.
The mound builder culture in East Coast United States. It's a culture that was gone before the explorers arrived from Europe. That mound culture. Did you know some ancient Native American tribes actually told some of the French and English people there are white tribes? There used to be. That's
Mate,
not a joke.
That's
And
why I mentioned the Great Gap. In the Great Gap, you know how much you're not allowed to look on Google about the Grand Canyon. You know that. That's why I mentioned the Grand Canyon, and it's supposedly Egyptian names. But anyway, let's go back to Göbekli Tepe. Do you know what Göbekli Tepe is?
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
are
It's
you,
from like a
dude?
cult
You are
that
really,
formed during. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
dude. I don't mean to be so forward, but dude, you are really, really drunk. Your voice is slurring, and we're like,
Right, sorry about that. I'm stoned. Göbekli Tepe, right? Göbekli Tepe. It's well previous to all of what we're talking about. Göbekli Tepe.
Yes, we know. I'm pretty sure everyone on this panel knows about Göbekli Tepe.
Thank
yeah,
you.
a
Thank
lot
you.
of us have done our
That's
esoteric
all the
homework. We
validation I'm after.
definitely know.
That's all the validation I'm after. So when we're going about Semites in Samaria, mate, I mean, how Samaria? I mean, I support Palestine. That's Samaria. How
I don't give a fuck about modern politics. We're talking about archaeology right now, dude.
Well, we're talking about archaeology. Have you been to Jerusalem when it says
Dude, if
Palestine?
we're gonna talk about politics, we're gonna talk about what's happening in the UK. How about that?
Let's talk about what's happening
Let's
in the UK.
not.
I'd love to talk about that.
Because if we're gonna make a topic on politics, it'll be about justice. What's the current justice story that needs to be spoken up about? Yeah, we all know.
Tell me about the subject you want to talk about currently.
I would say that, the government is just immoral to begin with. There should be no politics.
I don't judge things based on morality, dude. Morality is subjective to the culture.
Well,
Yeah,
there
but what are governments and what are they?
beyond
What are
man
they?
that respects the sovereignty of each individual, and it is
Right?
embedded
Can I
within
just remind you? Can I
Each
remind you?
action is reflected eternally within
Yes,
nature.
but can I just remind you? And
Are
I'm
you
not drunk enough to be a
involved?
dickhead here, but what I'm trying to say to you is, can you remember when Gnosis was a Gnosis, right? And you didn't have to
That
believe in a
was before
pantomime of
civilization.
democracy. Democracy is a pantomime currently via corruption and control.
that this is all common sense too. We this is small talk. I need
I
something more
mean, I know
intellectual.
that. I know that.
Oh,
I'm the
Father, I
biggest
do some
common sense
stuff.
person, man. Oh,
That drunk.
He's gone. D&W
Anyway,
is
I would
merciful.
say
We'll say
that
that.
I would say that there is a higher power and standard beyond man. And its foundation is that each individual is a part of a shared existence where they are responsible for expressing themselves within it. And because
So it's about humanity growing up and taking responsibility without corruption. You know?
if you shut up, damn. So it is immoral when someone restricts another individual from expressing themselves in the objective world.
No, you're not wrong in that. Like that's just basic common sense, right?
That's why
And
I apologize. I apologize for over talking you. I apologize.
and look, it's because I've been holding this in the canon, you could say, because I kept getting interrupted. The mound builders culture, like back to the archaeology topic. I have a theory that I've been developing based on research I found.
Nice one. Can you share?
The mound builders, those mounds are similar to the mounds in Ireland. They're similar to the mounds all the way to Gotland, all the way to throughout
You're
Scandinavia,
talking
through
about
ancient. Can you let me speak?
cairns. Yes, but
Interrupt
I
me one
just
more
want to put
time.
a
I'll
word
leave,
to
or
it.
you will leave.
Mate, can I just put a word to it? They're called cairns. That's
Just
all.
said
Bro, I
something
will.
wrong,
I will
bro.
never fucking smoke weed with you and talk about history in a fucking room ever again.
He
Just
just
let him finish. If you want to add on, just let him finish and then add on afterwards.
My apologies. I am sorry, but I'm going
You're
to
good.
build another.
It's all right. You're all right, dude.
Second time I'm trying to get to it. Is it? Look, so the mound builders, right? The archaeological systems that we found in eastern United States of America, those mounds don't match any kind of archaeology that the First Nations tribes of the North American plateau. So basically, from like Mexico, Aztecs, all the way to the Inuit and the tribes in between, who worship the Great Spirit. Right? So those are the three main Native American cultures, overarching so many different tribes, right? Those mounds have no resemblance with any other tribe. And do you want to know what some old English researchers found about certain Native Americans there? There was
I
a
would
Native
love to
American
know.
tribe
I'd love to know
in
you're
the
there. Yeah, I'd love to know.
mate. There's a tribe that specifically spoke a key specific language, and one of the English researchers who was a Huguenot back in the day, he noticed that they worship a god called Yahweh. There was a tribe in North America on the East Coast. They specifically had Jewish linguistics in their language, and that was that I was curious about that. So I looked into that, right? But so that's some sort of clue in the mound builder situation. So maybe they have a phonetic ancestry to maybe some sort of Hebrew outpost or something. So this is the Mexican clue that I found when it came to the mound builders. The Aztecs. So the emperor himself told Cortez. So Cortez told him, "We come over the sea from this direction over there to that direction, right? Like east-ish, whatever. Like he pointed towards Europe, right? You know what I mean?
Ishmael
The
Cortez.
Can you let me finish? I'm trying to just bring up my research, and then I want to hear what you guys think about it. So the emperor told Cortez, "Our people also come from there. Our people also come from over the sea." This actually struck Cortez aback a bit. If you look into the letters of Cortez with the emperor, it's all documented. The emperor was actually told them like they actually come from cultures from that direction. And if you look at the Aztecs and the pyramid culture, it's not inconceivable that they'd have communication with old world settlements. But the thing is, the mound builder culture, as well as the ancient, they found spirit tips. This is the oldest clue from a ancient Ice Age white people tribe group. They specifically come from Europe. They apparently crossed towards Greenland. They did the ancient Viking type situation, but very poorly. but they made it. So they found European rock spear tips. You know what I'm talking about? Those 10,000 BC type little flint knives. They specifically found them in European style on the east coast of the United States and Canada. So there was a people group that landed that was notably more European. And they most likely had mound builder culture with them, because the ancient pre-Roman, pre-Christianity Europe of old, all the war cultures and all that, the Gallic kingdoms, the Gauls and the Celts were so massive, they went from Turkey, modern day Turkey, to Scotland and everywhere in between, just north of Greece and Rome. That was a massive confederation, right? All mound builders. Their cities built on mounds, medieval culture built on mounds. Like it's archetypical for the European ethnogenesis of the culture to build with mounds and to honor our passed on with mound building, right? So they were wondering why the mounds in Ireland, ancient Irish archaeology in Ireland, those mounds look specifically like, you know how they call them fey mounds, fairy mounds? If you know anything about the fey folk, those mounds are revolved around them. It's about stepping into a different world, an underworld, other world. Because if you see the fey, everything's different. You see the world different. Not the point. But the mountains are so similar to the ancient Irish mounds, guys. Basically, I think so. So what we know from Egypt, right? I know I'm going all the way to Egypt, but why? Ancient Egyptian teaching, they don't say that they're black. They don't say that they're this. They don't even say that they're white, dude. They actually say that they're Atlantean. And the most ancient priesthood of Egypt, revered, by the way, one of the Ptah cults, the Ptah builder cults, they literally preserved this knowledge, and it found its way all the way to Plato in Greece. So this is the string I'm pulling on, right? Through Plato and then through his predecessors, all the way to the ancient Egyptian cults, like the ancient, like pre-Egypt Magi. They knew the secret. The secret was that Egypt, Rome, Greece, in their high culture, their marble culture everywhere, there used to be a golden age. Gibraltar region, Spain, there's actually a lot of Greco type Roman architecture there, even before Rome. You go to Britain, Ireland, that was also another outpost. Basically, there was a Atlantis culture creating colony points in different parts of the world. That's the secret. And everywhere you go, you find pyramid or mound building in all these places with this ancient stories of Atlantis, right? And this goes back to the Tuatha De Danann of Ireland, right? They landed there. Like if you look at the landing of the Tuatha in the Irish mythology, I know I'm bringing you guys around for a big loop, but that's the point of my research piece. There's a whole culture that was kind of exterminated or subsumed in North America by the First Nations tribes before the English, before the French even got there. Because that mound building culture is not theirs. But what the natives did, one of the most advanced things Native Americans, the First Nations tribes had, and I do have relations to the Abenaki and Micmac, by the way, they specifically had plots of land, not like we do. It's not like you own them either. Think wood elves. You guys ever play Warhammer Fantasy? The wood elves basically they care for the garden, they care for the environment, and the animals are rich. Like the game is so, because remember when Europeans arrived here, they found natural agricultural biomes with all sorts of life and fruit everywhere. And they didn't understand that like natives were just walking around eating off the land. Sometimes they were farming with like different kind of like maize and stuff like that. And they didn't comprehend like most of their systems were not regimented like Sumerian type farming that most of the old world has. And it was actually like the mounds weren't even involved in their farming system. So that leads me to believe that they had no interest in those mounds in North America and the East Coast, by the way. So in conclusion, there was an ancient civilization, a pyramid builder civilization. You wouldn't build pyramids in the northern or southern hemisphere in so much as you would around the belt, right? And that makes sense, granted climate condition. But what they did build in the northern hemisphere, the stone monoliths, it's all connected, dude. And one guy figured out how to move gigantic multi-tons of stone with pure tools any Stone Age guy could come up with. And the way he did it, pure leverage. It all connects to some wild way. I know where it connects somehow, but I haven't found the next clue to this theory of an Atlantis culture thing. And some people, they will besmirch me if I bring it up and like, oh, that's like the Nazis saying white people are from Atlantis. I'm like, no, dude, the Aztecs are from Atlantis. Even some of the natives probably have ancestry, like Egypt and everything, bro. Like it's Ireland, for fuck's sake. It's bigger than that. Yeah. Like, so that's a lot of my art. The big reason why I did archaeological research is to figure out. Like I wanted to map out the golden age, the previous one, in my head, because we've been going through a dark age for a very long time. Every culture, basically.
I would like to say that I largely agree with what you're saying. However, I don't know exactly where they come from. But yeah, I would say that there was a golden age. I don't think it was associated with Atlantis. I think it was associated with the people before Atlantis who were totally connected with nature and were basically the wood elves you described. And then this Atlantis civilization came, and then they got everyone hooked up on this basically cybernetic node system you just described in the form of architecture, and basically hooked the whole world up to a system of their design.
Yeah.
That has ended the golden age.
Wait, why do we think Atlantis is real?
Well, first of all,
every story has some sort of root of such a place. Most myths and everything. It's not a coincidence.
Can I comment on Atlantis? Because I think there are two Atlantises personally. The first Atlantis is the one that Solon and the Greeks are talking about. And if we count them by moons or months instead of years, it would take you to a date of about where the Sea Peoples existed and they were fighting Europe. So I think the Sea Peoples would be Atlantis, about 1200 BC. But I think that there's an older civilization that many people call Atlantis or associate with Atlantis. I don't know when they existed, but I'm going to say they existed before civilization existed. And this is basically the ones that Al was describing, the people who built these architecture all over the place.
Yeah, but doesn't the concept of Atlantis come from Plato, like 400 or 500 years before Jesus?
Before Plato, it was the ancient priesthood of Egypt, but also it's not just them who have stories of an ancient island. The Atlantis, the name for Atlantis in Celtic mythology and lore, Avalon, basically. So there's different cultures that have this story of an island nation so advanced. Actually, it's echoed. So Tolkien wanted to make an Iliad for the Anglo-Saxon Western Europeans, right? Because the Iliad is there for the Greeks. It's their mythology. So Tolkien set out to make, Middle Earth, right? And the Numenorians, who Aragorn comes from, they're basically an island people who were blessed by the deities who work for the Most High Source Light, Iru Ilúvatar. And basically the Numenor is the Atlantis of Tolkien. So even in modern imprint of lore and folklore, the notion of an island civilization being so advanced and wonderful, like there's even another kind of island theory. I think this is more the African one. Is the island of Mu. Like there's this notion of like a super Wakanda that was an island nation, something like that.
Yeah, but when did they exist? Did they exist as the Sea Peoples around 1200 BC, 1500 BC, or were they earlier before civilization? Because, like I said, I think it's both personally.
Well, what do they have in common is my question. Like all of these people, if they're all mentioning some like highly advanced island civilization, like what do all of their stories have in common with one another?
Well, I would say, yeah, go ahead, Al, then I'll say.
I have a stream of esoteric, like ancient potential, maybe it's history. You know how mystery cults exist, right? They say that the mystery cults that exist today, all the mystery schools, even the Hermetic one, even some of the Catholic ones, for frig's sake, they all build off each other. They go all the way back, branching back to Atlantis. In fact, the Templar cross is actually the symbol of Atlantis. Most people don't know that, but it's also the symbol the Anunnaki wear on emblems and stuff. So the ancient mystery schools were said to have gotten corrupted, right? In the Greek story, they say Poseidon got mad at Atlantis, right? But why? There's other lore that I've discovered that their mystery schools started committing cannibalism, black magic, witchcraft, the worst kinds of the worst acts, you could say. Just like in the modern day today, some of these dark cults who've been operating out of Hollywood or other places. Not everyone in Hollywood is fucky, but everybody in Hollywood knows about it. That's what I'll say about that. And these dark cults are not new. They are the offspring of the corrupt as to why Atlantis was judged, is a theory of mine. Because those mystery schools, they corrupted the land, poisoned the land with their black magic. Like, people really don't comprehend energy work, right? Mainly only 33rd degrees know that, and some other people from different schools. But if the land is corrupted by enough witchcraft, even the medicine men of native tribes, they'll tell you there's a big problem. Like, even the Iroquois Confederacy, they were divided by a very bad witch who caused problems, like a brujo. He divided all the nations, and then the Iroquois only united because a prophet medicine man, warrior William Wallace style of a Native American fighter, right? He united the clans and went against the witch warlock because he was strong enough to do so. This notion repeats itself across history, where dark magic comes in, does bad things. Some sort of divine power sends a prophet and rebalances everything. It happens again and again because the dark won't stop, right? But Atlantis specifically got so dark that even Poseidon would judge it. So basically, the mystery cults, instead of actually being places of illumination and actually spreading the light and learning music and arts and actually making beautiful works, they became... You ever heard of Warhammer 40K? You know how the Eldar basically created Slanesh? They went that dark, is what I think. They went so dark that they that they brought the judgment, right? Like, they did the most horrific sexual things to the cannibalistic things to the all in the sake of worshiping demons and shit, right? For power, and they got judged, and then Atlantis got flooded. Like, it's an ancient mythic story that the divine does punish worldly powers who commit too much black magic. Like, the elites right now, they're not buying bunkers because of humans, bro. They're scared of the old ones.
I just want to mention real quick how advanced Warhammer is in its lore in communicating esoteric things.
Right. Dude, everybody who knows Warhammer 40K lore, and the reason I bring it up, like, it's a litmus test. Anybody who understands Warhammer 40K lore and know how to use it as a frame of reference, because in that setting you can explore almost anything, any situation. It's nice. It's flexible. It's very flexible. It's an IQ litmus test, definitely.
Well, anyway, but what did Andy think? I don't know of Al's.
I want to hear what Andrew thinks, because he has his own perspective on faith and stuff like that and mythology. But so I want to hear his.
Well, I mean, I guess I remain unconvinced about Atlantis predating Plato. I feel like Plato kind of invented that concept. I've never seen any good evidence that there were a bunch of other cultures before Plato that worshipped an advanced society that lived on an island, or that all of them are talking about the same people or anything like that. There could be. I'm not really
the string
familiar.
of education. The string of education Plato got was from a string of teachers that stemmed from ancient Egyptian mystery schools.
Well, he got his teaching from Socrates.
Yeah, Socrates got his teaching from someone else, right? And it kept going all the way to like a Jedi to an apprentice, one-to-one, two-stepping, all the way from Egyptian mystery schools.
Can we just say that? I mean, we can't just conclude that 100% of Plato's ideologies are just given to him from people before him. Like, it might have been something independent from Socrates.
No, not
I
that's
don't know.
granted, right? Because a
It could
telephone game
be.
could have happened. Well, look at the
I,
telephone game problem with the Protestants. Okay, they literally believe Michael is the Christ in heaven when he's not. In the angelology, he's completely wrong. Like, so like Protestants literally think Michael is the Christ in heaven, right? Mormons do as well. Catholics don't, but they do think so a little bit. He's not the top of the top honcho in heaven. He's not. Like, let's just say the Christ is the one who's the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost. And in angelology, so this is another interpretation of telephone games, not to get too mixed up into it, because the topic is like, you're right, from Plato to the ancient Egyptian mystery schools, a telephone game error could have occurred, right? Like, it's obviously you're absolutely correct to like kind of like challenge the premise
well,
on.
that's not necessarily what I mean. I just mean that Plato could have wholesale invented the concept of Atlantis rather than hearing it from Socrates.
I'd like to offer my explanation on Atlantis again. As I said, it is a game of telephone, and I was talking about this earlier when I first came on. But we can think of it like, so Atlantis is said to fight Greece, specifically Athens. Athens could not have possibly existed 10,000 years ago, but it did exist during about 1200 BC, which if you track the time frame that Plato is talking about, instead of years, use it as months, it brings you exactly to then. Right when Mycenae was fighting a large war with the Hittites, and I'm pretty sure they're allies, the Sea Peoples Confederation. So,
Do you think Troy happened in that region of the archaeological history? When the Mycenaeans went to the war with the Hittites, because they're still trying to figure out like if the Troy situation happened. They found the city, but they're not sure if it's the. They found there was like 7 different Troys built on top of each other,
Yeah,
so they rebuilt it after the fire.
Wilusa. It's at the very corner of Anatolia, up at the northwest.
Yeah, literally right across from Mycenae.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't call that place Turkey too much, because I call it Anatolia. The Turks are not native to the land. Let's just say that. Justice for the Greek and the Armenian. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. But anyway, it's clear why people aren't worshiping Atlantis is because they saw who Atlantis was face to face. They saw they were people. They were defeated militarily. They weren't some far off civilization, super advanced. But by the time Plato got to it, he turned it into that through the game of telephone. But at the same time, there
Wait, so you think the Sea Peoples? Dom, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but are you saying the Sea Peoples were the origin of the Atlantis story, you think?
Yes.
That's his theory crux right there. He thinks the Sea Peoples were the Atlantis Raiders. I think they were someone else, though.
That's probably the most reasonable theory I've heard as far as Atlantis goes. You know what I mean? That maybe like this, there was just like they were like an advanced raiding military group on sea, like coming in by boat, and over time that sort of got glorified into like this deified story about them, you know, having this advanced civilization on the water that they came from, but really that's because no one knew where the hell they came from, and they thought they were all one group of people, when in reality it was like several tribes of Sea Peoples that had all banded together.
Oh, yeah. I think it was actually a bunch of Celts, because the Celts were very, very notorious in the Mediterranean for a long time. This is like the Bronze Age.
Well, a lot of them are named. A lot of them are named, and we know who they are. Like they came from Libya, west of Egypt. Some of them came from the Mycenaean islands. Some of them came from the southern coast of Anatolia. Some people think that some of them were coming from the island of Crete, even. But they all teamed up together and formed like a coalition of raiding groups as one giant army. They wiped out the Trojans, they wiped out the Hittites, they wiped out the Ugaritic, they nearly wiped out the Egyptians.
Oh yeah, no, that purge across the Bronze Age that basically ended the Bronze Age and brought about the Iron Age. Like, pretty close. That purge was so insane. And
Yep.
it caused such genetic disparity in so many different people, right?
And also,
We have disparity echoes throughout history, right? Like the Yamnaya one earlier, they would kill all the men from all the other tribes and steal the women. So there's a genetic bottleneck for all Europeans right there. Like the Skyfather culture was like, we're coming in. It's not funny though. And then you have this situation, like you mentioned, the Bronze Age collapse due to the Sea People. And I think it was a ancient war between two factions of high, let's just say old ones. I'm going to be polite, but not too prideful with how to name them. The old ones, basically, I think the one faction was very monotheistic, the other faction was polytheistic, and it became a bit of a problem. And I suspect that the Aztecs and the Mexican peoples, pre-Aztec, way before them, might have actually. Cause I'm talking about the ones who built the pyramids, because they found out the Mexicans did not build it. They were in a dark age when the Spanish arrived. Like their golden age was long gone. They didn't know how to use the pyramid. They only knew their rituals, right? And it's like copying technology like a cargo cult, right? They don't know how to use the pyramid, but they're sacrificing people on it for some fucking reason. And the whole solar deity stuff, right? But it's the question is though, I think a lot of these the two main factions, I think it goes back to the brother war between the two brothers. Every time. Every culture talks about it, every single one.
I think that's a dialectic that's been going on all throughout human history. I think that the real war is the war between the gods and the monsters like Tiamat. That's the real war.
Well, dude, that mythology is everywhere. You look at the Germanic kind, and the Celtic kind. Like, so Germanic, you have Thor fighting the giants, right? You have in the Hebrew version, it's Gabriel, not Michael. Gabriel is the strength of God, and he's the one putting the giants down, right?
I don't think those were independent, though. I don't think that was independent, though. I think the story just spread out from Mesopotamia.
Right. Well, that's the thing. Every story, they all have stories of giants and fighting monsters and giants everywhere. Every mythology, every history, they have that story in there, fighting giants.
Right, but all of their stories come after, like the Mesopotamian mythologies are our oldest writings. So all of these other mythologies come after the fact as the stories from Mesopotamia spread out all the way into India, into Asia, into Europe, into Africa. So it's like these people are only writing about these things that closely parallel Mesopotamian mythology after it spread to their area.
Right.
I wanted
I think it's spread. I don't think they're individually. I'm sorry, Dominic. I'm sorry. I was just finishing. I was just going to say I don't think they're individually accounting this from like separate points of view or something. I literally just think it's being transmitted. Like it just has one origin, which is in Mesopotamia, and it just spread out and like a game of telephone slowly changed as it moved. Go ahead, Dominic.
As I said, there are two Atlantises. The one that Plato was talking about, which is I'm going to call the Sea Peoples. And then there's another Atlantis that will call them. Although I'm going to call these ones the Anunnaki Atlantis, just to make it more clear from the Sea Peoples Atlantis. I don't know when they existed. I couldn't tell you. But the way they formed was they were people on the earth. They came together and they either found a place or they built a place that was just completely isolated from the world around them. And this place is usually referred to as paradise or Eden or Daemon. And paradise is just a place where it's like a walled off enclosure sealed from the world around it that is vastly better than the world outside.
It's the fact that you know what paradise means. Did you know most people don't know what paradise as a word means? It means enclosure.
Yeah. Yeah. So these people came from their enclosure. When they were in their enclosure, these were the first human beings to ever step outside of nature. Instead of living in nature, they were able to observe it. And when they did, they were able to learn things like measurements, psychology, math, astronomy, in a way that the people who were constantly exposed to the needs of survival could not learn. And when they basically examined themselves and the way they lived in their enclosure, and when they looked at the way people lived around them, they feared what they saw. And this is described in like the Enuma Elish when Anu's all like, okay, Enki, I want you to go out there and confront Tiamat. And he's like, oh yeah, I will, but I'm really scared. Because these people are scared of things they don't understand. They don't understand nature because they're not living in nature anymore. They're detached. And so when they disembark from their enclosed environment, they basically declare war on the whole world, declaring it chaos to be made order from. And this is why Marduk splits heaven and earth, because he is creating the boundary. These people are creating the boundary between heaven, or the sacred, and earth, us and the material, through their laws and cities. That's why I would say the ancient Atlantis is the Anunnaki.
Well, that makes a lot of comprehensive sense to think Atlantis and the Anunnaki are connected, right? Maybe they're the ones who spread the Skyfather and the Mother Earth cultures.
No, the Mother Earth culture is way older than they are.
Well, think about it, because Anunnaki, as a word, it literally means Skyfather, Earth Mother. That's literally what it means.
Yes, but the thing about the
Oh, hold
Anunnaki...
on. If I'm not mistaken, I think most Assyriologists take the position that Anunnaki means offspring of Anu, like it's Anu's children are the Anunnaki,
Yes.
and the word literally means offspring of Anu.
And
like
Ki is the mother.
Ki doesn't mean, well, Ki means earth, but Ki in that circumstance means like people of.
No, it was specifically Anu and his bride. So Anu and Ki.
Yeah, that's how
Right.
I understand it.
It's
might
literally
also
the
be
union of Skyfather and Earth Mother, right? Anu and Ki. She's the mother of all the Anunnakis, basically. Anu is the father.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Some people don't really know the name Anunnaki too well, but like it's literally Skyfather, Earth Mother in one word. That's what it, because it basically, if you were going to call a people by their progenitor, all the Anunnakis share that as a racial name because they come from the Skyfather and the Earth Mother, right?
Right.
Well, what do you think,
yeah.
Andy, of
Mother
me
Skywalker.
saying that they came from an enclosed environment where they were able to detach themselves? What do you think of that?
What's your point of that?
What was that?
I must have missed the point. Like, what do you mean by the enclosure in paradise? Like, what's your point? Like, are you talking about the Garden of Eden? I think that Dil Moon is underneath. You know, it's just south of where, like, it's under the water now of the Persian Gulf. It used to be exposed, but it was a real place, I think.
It was just a place where people were able to detach themselves from nature and stop living like hunter-gatherers. And because of this, they were able to learn things like measurements in geometry or astronomy or psychology or whatever.
Yeah, maybe.
I in my experience, Eden was its own thing, but a lot of people have their interpretations, and 99% of them are probably wrong.
What do you mean? You think Eden was different than Dil Moon?
Eden. Let's just say there's some mystery schools know about the real Eden, and it's not exactly for the public because
it's like a slave plantation, right? That's basically the Eden.
No, they weren't exactly treated like slaves. But if you know the story of the Igigi, in their rebellion against the Anunnaki, you'll find out a lot, right? And they made
Yeah,
apparently
it's in Atrahasis. They detail the Igigi rebellion. I actually just listened to Atrahasis today while I was working.
well, there you go. It's like the universe prepared you for the talk. So like is it true, since you checked it out more recently probably than I have? I watched it like last week or something. It is not a research piece I've been going into much. But I found something. One of the Agigi were known as small g gods, right? Basically,
Well,
small
they're
g
also
gods and
they're
goddesses.
literally called great gods, though, in the Atrahasis. So they're ranked as high as the Anunnaki, even though they're lesser gods from like the third generation. Their ranking is like equal.
Right. So, from my understanding, they killed one of the rebel Igigis, and they used his genetics to make humanity.
Eloela, yeah,
What was it?
they used some. The Eloela was the name of the god. They sacrificed him and used his blood, mixed it with the clay, and then all of the gods gathered around the clay and spit on it, and then they mixed it up and created humans.
So, Alleluia.
Eloela, I think is how they were pronouncing it. I was just audiobooking it. I haven't actually read it with my eyes, but in the audiobook I was listening to, they referred to him as Eloela.
Almost sounds like Alleluia.
Yeah, similar. But yeah,
That's actually very. That's to me. That's very eerie. Like I'm very spiritual. I just got to download off that, bro. I just got me a fucking download on that.
Can I quickly jump in with something?
Have you guys
ahead, Kenny.
have you guys listened to Christopher John Bjerknes? Do you guys know about that dude?
No, I've never heard that name.
You've never heard about Christopher John Bjerknes? Look into his stuff, man.
All right, I'm gonna write it down.
Yep. Let me jump in here very quickly.
Go ahead.
You remember the quote by George Orwell that said, "If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever." Do you ever you see a headline in the news or something that epitomizes that quote? Well, I'm going to read one out now. Listen carefully to this, and I'm not making this up. This is the truth.
Can you repeat the quote?
This is a headline from the Daily Mail. Okay, listen to this. French female hard right activist who was sexually assaulted by a Tunisian is facing jail after claiming on TV that migrants are the main danger to women in France.
There's an update on that story. About 2 hours ago, actually. They didn't put her in prison. They were going to, but because of public pressure in the media, everybody started talking about it. She's a cute, blonde, blue-eyed French woman, very young. She stood up, and when he explained that was happening, the update to that story, she did get like fined or something. Like she got a slap on the wrist. She didn't get jail time. They didn't put her in prison for what she said. Like they are imprisoning women who are speaking up for women's rights. Wink, wink. You know what I'm talking about. I'm just being polite with my words. But they're being told that they're hate speech people because of the nature of the dynamic of the situation. Okay, you have a lot of brown and black individuals from the third world who have a radical interpretation of their religion, and they're doing very fucked up things. Right? They're basically like ISIS light, for fuck's sake, and they're hurting a lot of people. And some people don't understand Islamic warfare. You know, this is a personal story of mine. Like when I was 9 years old, I moved to the city. Right? Muslims were bullying me for day one. As soon as I moved in, that was my experience at 9 years old in 2004. Right?
Is this in Canada?
Yeah, in Canada, 2004. The Islamic wave was coming as soon as I was a child, basically. Migration, and I had to deal with this. Like I'm early 30s now, right? I had to deal with this most of my life. Like, and everybody I know who's white, they all had fights with Muslims. It was basically a race war in the schoolyard, and it's not hate speech to talk about it. But every time I talked about it, the teachers would be like, "You're white. You're the racist." It was madness. This
Where
was in
did
a
that
Catholic
occur?
school. This was in a Catholic
What
school in
part of?
Canada.
Oh, in Canada. What part of
Yeah.
Canada?
I'll just say Ontario. Keep it like
Okay,
that. But
all
it's a
right.
big place,
I just
right?
know. I was curious. I'm just curious. That's all. That's wild though.
No, it's
That's
fine.
wild.
And so this is how I reacted to that though. Like I told everybody when I was like 11 to like 14. I told everybody with my boys, the Muslims are invading Europe. They're gonna try to conquer it. Nobody believed me. Now look today, and what they don't understand is that when I was 9 and I was called a kufr, it's a very ruthless slur in Arabic. It means less than sperm, uh, etymologically. Like
So
I'm
they
not trying
refer
to
to
say it to be
non-Muslims.
offensive. Yeah, the word kufr, like they called me that, right? And they kept bullying me and attacking me. I was like, why are you people attacking me? I didn't understand it. I was just like some white Catholic kid who happened to be part Jewish, but nobody really knew that. I didn't even know that at the time, man. I figured that out later. And I kept getting attacked, right? And anyway, I was a historian hobbyist at the time already when I was that young. Like I was already studying, like I deep dive World War II and all that stuff for a long time. And then I went into other stuff. But the other stuff I went in, my next study research piece was understanding the Crusades, the Islamic jihads, all that stuff. I had been researching every single battle Muslims won and lost. Right, I understood their war tactics, guys. Every progressive thinking that the violations in the West are just not a thing and it's racism pointed out, guys. No. If you know your history and you want to speak the truth, that is Dark Age genetic warfare. Demographic overtaking of a region, that is the oldest war style in the book. Like going
Recommend
around
this
and
book to
attacking.
anyone
Yeah.
about the current
You know,
situation
I've
in the
been
United Kingdom.
on a slightly similar thread to this topic. I have been meeting a lot of African women on dating apps, and a lot of them are Muslim. But they're pretty reformed Muslim. They're not like, how do I?
Mhm.
They're not, very radical. You know what I mean?
I see what you mean. Now the thing is, there is a phenomenon amongst women who are Muslim, but also Western women in general. Basically, this watershed moment, all of them, they prefer Western culture. If like it's the logical conclusion is that if you want natural feminism, not the man hating kind, but women's rights in general, right? Just like the LGBTQ
Right.
should have their human rights, right? If we actually care about those actual left wing core topics, Western culture, as in white people, need to survive. Culture is demographics, right? The
Right.
West doesn't throw people off buildings, you know what I'm saying? And as much as Gazans are getting, blown apart, they still throw gay people off buildings, even though the Zionists are blowing them up. It still happens, and it's a shame. Like, so every gay Muslim who can't come out, they're terrified, right? Sometimes they allow refugees who are actually gay to come to the West because they're legitimately going to get killed. Like it's political asylum.
Well, no,
I have no issue with that.
I know a gay refugee from Iran.
Oh yeah,
He
no,
was like,
they've been persecuted, bro. They're last in the Islamic world. Like women and LGBTQ, bro, they get stoned alive, killed, all sorts of things. And did you know the Handmaid's Tale? As much as like that started the feminists to hate white Christians, but the problem is white Christian countries developed a renaissance and then developed human rights and modern republics and democracies and all that jazz that we have now, right? We take it for granted. We really do. And the logical conclusion I came to, there's nothing racist about it. It's one culture that is very zealot is collapsing. I actually predicted that many Muslims are seeing visions of Jesus and many Muslims are becoming secularist atheists at the same time also.
well,
A lot of them
so
back home are actually becoming secular, but the ones who immigrated, they're the radical ones.
so these I call them reformed only because I don't know what the word would be for not extremely strict.
Right.
Like I meet these Muslim women on the dating apps, mostly African, and I don't know. They kind of. It's like when I try to like, and I don't want to single them out necessarily because I think that it's like this with people of almost any religion that you meet, where like they kind of have certain aspects of it that they adhere to, or that they're like, oh, this is important to me or whatever, but then they do a bunch of other shit that like completely contradicts like their
Uh-huh.
adherence to the other thing. You know what
Well,
I mean?
dude,
Like
let me tell you
like
this, okay?
the
So
premarital sex and shit like that. You know what I'm
mhm.
talking about? You know what I mean?
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Muslim women, women of the third world, right, who are typically non-white, they guess who owns their heart? It's the West. They the freedoms white women have that brown women and black women do not have in their lands is so acute. The difference is shocking. Oh, there's some women who are radicals, of course, but you're right. It's not a joke, dude. A lot of black women and like tanned women, they like westernized men. That doesn't necessarily mean white, right? You got black westernized individuals, Mexican westernized individuals. Like the West is a bit of a melting pot by now, but the majority is the foundation also white people, right? White, like because of all the democratic and stuff like that. These notions of human
Right.
rights, these are built from thousands of years of war, right? So
Right.
they
Right.
yearn, they romanticize white boys on a very extreme level. Like as much as the black and brown men like white women, they like the women like white men, just saying. Because they know the white man will let them have their freedoms, but if they want that domination that some women like, you know what I'm talking about, a private relationship with the loved one, you know what I mean? Like a white man will put a girl in her place when she needs to, but white boys typically, civilizationally, we let them do what they fucking want.
Yeah.
Most cultures, they'll make you wear a burqa, they'll make you wear this, and like the West has advanced so much that we barely ask like Christian women to wear much. Like I like how women with beautiful sundresses want to be as virgins. Like that's an old tradition that goes all the way back to Athenian temple tradition, right? Because they were a cult of virgins, they explicitly upheld their virginity and celibacy. So that's that kind of divine femininity from the European perspective of the Greeks. But then you also have Venus, right? That's the more, the more hot kind, if you know what I'm talking about. For polite words for the innuendo, you know what I'm talking about. So different traditions, like the West has this Venus Athena balance between women because they're not all alike, right? But the West has these freedoms that women, I think, sometimes take for granted. In this situation in the UK and Europe, they're noticing white men. They have two options: choose William Wallace or the guy who's going to put a burqa on her. That's basically their
Right.
choice right now. And let's just say they chose William Wallace, if you know what I'm talking about.
Kenny, what's your
You see this?
how's your Bumble thing been going?
I moved to Tinder actually, and it's gone
Tinder
all right.
now?
Not bad actually. But I just want to show you something. I need to talk quietly because my Airbnb guests are sleeping. But there's this other story where some guy, they've not released a description of him yet. He picked up a 3-year-old child and threw him in the crocodile enclosure of a zoo here in England.
Damn. What?
Child
What?
Yeah,
by a fucking
guys,
crocodile.
I'm just saying, you've heard. So part of me is like Jewish, right? Anybody else here?
I'm
Who's
Jewish.
Yeah, me
we
too.
got
I
okay,
mean,
so we got
No,
three. We got.
ethnically, not religiously, just
No,
my
it's
family
it's
is.
it's fine.
I'm
No,
not.
it's just
I'm
fine. You
not
got ancestry.
religious. I'm ethnically Jewish.
It's fine. I got ancestry to Hebrews, Ephraim, as well as Joseph, Judah, Levi, and also Dan tribe. I have a lot of Israelite in me. Let's just say that. But I'm mostly Viking and Celtic, so that's with some Native American. So that's my makeup, right?
You
Those are
know,
my three main.
there's actually more Celtic Jews than you would think?
No, I know. Trust me, I know that is a big theory right now. There's a lot of Celts that really don't even know they're Hebrew. Like the Irish, the Scottish, they barely know that they're Hebrew. But before we stray too far, right? You know, in World War II, when the Nazis did Kristallnacht on the Jews, and they terrorized them in their cities, and they violated them, and they hunted them down like animals, right? You remember that? Well, that's what they're doing to white girls and white children en masse right now. It's not racist to say that, and I think, given that I am
You really
European
think
and
that it's
Hebrew,
at that
I need to
level?
speak up for
You really
both and
think it's
compare.
you think
It
it's
is,
that level
dude.
though?
Dude, they're shoving wine bottles inside of little children and then breaking them while it's in them. It's that bad. Like
Well,
this is
okay,
horrific.
is there is this happening on
Rupert Lowe of Vegan
is
Equilibrium.
this
Let me cut
happening
in
on
here.
mass or is
Let
this
me
just
let me cut in here. Vegan
Dude, every
Equilibrium. Let me cut
single
in here.
Western,
Let
every
me cut
single
in here.
Western country, bro, every single one of them, even Canada, is dealing with this.
Let me cut in here. Rupert Lowe of Restore UK just released his public inquiry report into the grooming gangs, and the details in it are absolutely horrific and sickening. They reckon up to 250,000 children have been raped and groomed by predominantly Muslim
Watch your
Pakistani men.
language on YouTube, dude. I'm not trying to stop you from talking about it. Just innuendo it on YouTube, because
use the grape, grape juice.
It's for D&W's sake. We don't want to fuck with his
Videos
algorithm,
on
right?
YouTube talking about it anyway. No. There's Benny Johnson, his tweet about it.
You know, that's one of my favorite musicians, Andrew. Marilyn Manson.
Yeah, I liked him a lot when I was younger.
Well, so okay, so what are you? You're saying, but the what was it called? Night, Kristallnacht.
Yeah, it basically Kristallnacht, the Night of the Knives, right? You had a bunch of Nazis just basically hunting down Jews all over the place and killing them, tormenting them, and all sorts of things. So
Night of the Long Knives was
Islamic.
Also when they. That's when they took over. I thought. Correct me if I'm wrong. I was pretty sure that's when they took over the old what the basically the government, the police force that was in power before the SS was killed off, and then the SS was put in. I thought that was the Long Knives.
So the reason I use the long knives is because Kristallnacht is a good example because it was by government policy that the terror committed upon the Jewish demographic at the time. So if you look right now, if the government is committing policies to look the other way, dude, there's things in that rape inquiry report, grape inquiry report, dude. They were letting in men claiming to be children to be in schools, and they set up something called like a sex room in the school, and it was covered up.
Where's the article?
Dude, this is not a joke. This is all in the inquiry. It's all in the inquiry, bro.
Wait,
Put the link in the back, please, Kenny. Get the link from Twitter, Kenny, and put it in the back so everybody can get it for the research sake. Basically, this is the Epstein files for the Muslims, right? You got a lot of Muslims doing PR control right now, damage control, because they know this is going to hit them PR-wise, like just in the worst way. One guy called Lord Miles, an influencer, I guess, he asked a Taliban from Afghanistan how he would punish the Pakistani rapists who are hurting British girls. He specifically asked that question. The Taliban said they would beat them 24 hours around the clock. So the Taliban has entered the chat and said that, so one of the most notorious militant mujahideen factions in the world actually condemned the rape gangs happening against white people. So that was a shocker to a lot of people, right? And you got Muslims online saying, oh, but the Epstein thing, and then all the white people and black people are looking at them, dude, it's not just Epstein, it's also you guys too. We're not stupid. It's not a whataboutism situation here. This is multiple different death cults doing horrific shit.
Right. Damn.
It's all hitting everybody at the same time, bro. And like people are pissed off. This has been going on for a long time.
Well, it's also the police
And
too. The police in the
that
UK
dude,
get away with this shit.
there's a female hacker. She's anonymous, so people only know she's female, right? She literally exposed thousands and thousands of British cops. Like she literally went ACAB all the fucking way. All cops are bastards. She hacked all their information of all the cops involved who got covered up, who actually helped them. There's a piece in the inquiry. A police officer returned a slave abuse victim to the slaver abuser and quote unquote said to the abuser, haha, have fun. A cop said that to the abuser while handing him a child under 15 years old. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Right now in Britain, every young man is looking at the cops like, you people are fucked. Like it's a big problem, bro. You got cops being fired left, right, and center all over the UK. Dude, if I was Prince William right now, the Prince of Wales, I'd be having every fucking MI6 007 killing every single Islamic rapist tomorrow. Like it's not a joke at this point. And he's a veteran. I think the SAS are pissed the fuck off, bro. Like they fought these people. They saw these crimes in Afghanistan. Like they're not stupid.
Yeah. So what can we do about it as
stuck in a
lay people?
private chat.
On the passive, like I don't recommend anybody going out and being offensive. I think defense is the key to stay legal, because in Geneva Conventions, the only legal war is a defensive war. So you can stay on the defensive. You have every right to defend yourself. And if you live in a country where you're not allowed to protect your own home, that's stupid. Time to lobby for whatever political party will enable castle laws. You know what I'm saying? And we need less corruption in the police force. So those are policies that need to be done on a massive governmental level, right? Reform everywhere. But here's the other thing. The biggest problem here, that the main thing most people can do, they think it's small and they feel helpless. No. Every girl you know who has ever dealt with this kind of stuff, encourage them to speak up, offer protection in any way, but don't be facetious about it. Like we got to amplify their voices, right? We got to give the megaphone to the victims of this situation, because they're the ones getting the tape put on their fucking mouth, and we can't let that happen, bro. And if somebody tells you it's racist to talk about it, tell them this. What about the black Christian girls in Nigeria also? We can talk about that, because the Muslim militants of Boko Haram have been doing the same thing to black little African girls as they've been doing to white Christian girls or secular girls. This is not a question of racism. It's a question of religious radicalism, right?
There's that thing that happened in Nigeria where they like kidnapped the whole girls' school and like
dude, they beheaded so many people in churches and stuff. It's a problem, bro. But my point is, if they bring up an argument of racism, dude, you need to shut that down and tell them this is not about racism. This is not hate speech.
So what's interesting is, okay, so one of these Muslim women that I was hanging out with recently, she said that, and obviously, I pushed back against this, but she was like, oh, but, at the end of the day, it's really America's fault that happened to those schoolgirls, right? And I'm like, how's that America's fault? They're not the ones who fucking did the kidnapping. She's like, yeah, but they created the instability that, like, led to, that led to the whole thing.
She blamed America for Muslim militants' actions, right? Dude, they always do this. Dude, their families. So I've been keeping an eye on their networks. Okay, they don't think they're being watched. They're being fucking watched. You fucking best believe the whole intel community is watching them, bro. They're always talking to their family members, their children, and saying this: "Oh, it's America's fault. It's America's fault." Meanwhile, their fucking uncle is beheading a bunch of Christian babies and doing the worst. Yeah, pardon my language, but it's actually the truth. I will not mince words on the truth here, and. This situation where Muslims constantly doing PR for themselves, dude, their PR is fucking phenomenal. The Ummah PR network public relations network is so extreme that they claim that they're for women's rights. Fucking laughable. Okay? The Prince of Riyadh can say, yes, we allow Arabic women to drive now and wear some outfits that they want. And I'm like, okay, that's progress. Cool. But there's other places that are just, they still do PR. The non-violent Muslim who will never blow anything up, 80% of the time I found they still run PR because it's a tribal thing. It's their tribal need to protect reputation of my people situation is a thing. Like, dude, I'm telling you right now, as a white man, I'll kill a white man if I found out he enslaved little babies and did terrible things. If a Jew man did that, as the Hebrew side of myself, I would also kill that Jew if he was enslaving goyim. Not a joke. If I found a Jewish supremacist,
Let's just be on the same page.
my point is unbiased. My point is about being unbiased about it.
Let's be on the same page about the word goy.
Vegan equilibrium, your noodles, your microphone sound is really bad, mate.
Oh, can you? How about now?
Try again.
How about now?
No.
Now?
A little bit better, but
all right. Let's just make sure we can clear something up about the word. Let's clear something up about the word goyim, okay? The word goy originally, as it was originally translated, meant nation, and I think it meant nation. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure it meant nation, basically other than Israel, right? It did
Yeah, it's an
not
otherization type term.
It just meant other nations. That's all it meant. It didn't mean.
I'm aware.
It didn't necessarily mean non-Jewish person. That is a more contemporary colloquialism, and I think that we need to try and undo that because they did not use that term to otherize non-Hebrew people.
I'll say this from what's been seen in the Epstein files and what some very radically Zionist individuals have said. They call everybody who's not a Jew a goy, and they don't mean it in the nations who are not Jewish. They actually mean it as cattle, and it's not. They actually see it that way.
I would like to see evidence of that.
Look, we can debate that, but for the point is that even if it's a Jewish supremacist, a Muslim supremacist, a white supremacist, shit son,
the word
bro,
is
just let me get to the
Gentile.
point though. We're going down semantics, and I'm trying to like explain this, okay? What I'm trying to say is that when we come to judging things that are happening in the UK, in the Epstein files, in Africa with the Muslim militants there, we need to be unbiased about the situation, and if we do that, we avoid the accusation of racism, right? That's what I'm trying to say. Because we can have the topic, a conversation without the pollutant of political propaganda where progressives are constantly saying, like, for one thing, the political poison right now, a lot of so-called feminists are being questioned by white feminists why they support the most misogynistic religion on the planet migrating to the most tolerant progressive culture. A lot of women are waking up to this situation, you know what I'm saying? And they're realizing that if we keep this unbiased in conversation, they can't get us in the word traps of, oh, you're racist. Like, no, this is happening everywhere on a cultural standpoint of behavior.
Yeah, but they
So, like-
they always come back to blaming what they call the imperial USA,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, they do. People who want to blame other people for that, for like say like they know Muslims did a terrorist act, right? But if they blame the USA for that, I call bullshit, bro. I call bullshit.
No, I call bullshit. I call bullshit too. I do. Of course. But it always comes back to the U.S. is responsible for creating the instability and taking away all the resources that creates a situation where people become indoctrinated into radicalism. So, like, if the people wouldn't be susceptible to radical Islam if there was they had all the opportunities and resources that the U.S. has taken Oh, and something along those lines.
Dude, that victimhood. Look, those propaganda lines, right? Because it's all PR. Those are catch lines, NPC lines. But like, how in Fallout they all have little phrases they say all the time and repeat. That's what that is. They're just blaming colonialism. It's like, what does that mean? Oh,
Right,
America
right, right.
this, they're going to be America this, Jew that. I'm like, no, you can't just blanket statement blame all the
Sorry, I
Jews for
was
radical
asleep.
Zionists.
Noodles, will you close the show, mate?
I mean, I'm on my phone, like
All right,
driving.
we'll end
so.
the show then now, guys.
Okay.
All right.
So we'll give some closing remarks. Mighty Quinn, do you want to give your closing remarks? Mr. JG?
Yeah, give me a second. The train's going by.
I'll go
Alright,
if you want, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Ragnarok.
My closing remarks is when it comes to the UK situation or the Epstein situation or the situation in Nigeria, however we're talking about these horrific tragedies, if anybody approaches you with the political bullshit slurs of, oh, this is racism, this is bad, you're talking about refugees bad, it's not about that. Tell them, look, well, like, this is about crimes against humanity and we need to be unbiased about it. Because if my personal statement, if I saw Muslims getting blown up, I would speak up for them, and I have. If I saw white women getting hurt like they have been, I would speak up, and I have. So a lot of people want to be like, oh, you're racist, because they want to play this tribal game that is on a lower level of thinking. The highest ultimate form of truth, being unbiased and judging, judge the sin, not the exact per skin color situation. Because a lot of white people are falling into the anger trap, and then the other side is like, "Oh, so you're racist?" No, and then they cover it up all over again. So it's dumb that way. And a lot of police officers and other people who are good people, unfortunately, there's a lot of bad ones too. The good ones, they're scared. We got to keep that in mind. Some of them, the genuine, nice, good cop who wants to actually fix things, he's probably terrified because of all the bad ones as of late, and it's an issue. And I really hope people become unbiased and stop generalizing too much. But pattern recognition is on the table, right? Because if a radical ideology preaches to commit such acts against others who are not part of the in group, I think that's toxic as fuck. Because we all have human rights, and I'll finish on that.
Hey, yo, do you do live streams? You got a YouTube channel?
I should probably
Thank you very much, Ragnarok.
Say it again.
Kenny, do you want to go next?
I didn't hear you, man.
Yeah, I'd like to finish off with a poem, if that's all right.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll make you center stage if you want to read your poem. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question for you, yo.
So the story behind this poem is a woman I met from Greece. I got chatting to her and asked her what kind of books she likes reading. She says she likes reading erotic books. I said that's very interesting because I write erotic poetry. And we swapped phone numbers and we're meeting on Saturday. This is one of the poems that I sent her. The room is dim, scented with sandalwood and heavy musk, the air thick and humid, clinging to our skin like a second garment. You lie prone upon the silk, a landscape of softness and longing, while I pour the warm golden oil across the small of your back, the liquid sliding in slow shimmering ribbons down your spine. My palms are heavy, needing the tension from your shoulders, my thumbs digging deep into the knots of your stress. But my touch is a lie, a gentle mask for the hunger beneath. I feel your breath hitch as my hands wander lower, tracing the curve of your hips, grazing the swell of your cheeks, until the massage is no longer about relief, but about provocation. I lean down, my lips brushing the sensitive shell of your ear, whispering the things I intend to do to you while you are helpless. I let my fingers slip beneath the edge. That's all I'm going to read because it gets really fucking naughty, actually, you know. No.
I'm sure
Yeah.
she'll be delighted.
Does that dude,
Um,
does that guy AL
Vegan
have a
Equilibrium.
YouTube
Vegan
channel?
Equilibrium. Do you want to go next, mate?
Yo, DNW, does AL have a
Oh,
YouTube channel?
I'm not sure, JG. Actually, JG, you go
All
next.
right. Before
We'll let Vegan Equilibrium close the show. Seeing as JG has come on for the first time, I think he should go next. He's gone. Okay, Vegan Equilibrium, close the show. Vegan Equilibrium, close the show. Vegan Equilibrium, are you there? Okay, well, we'll have to end the show then. I was saying JG could go next because he can't be trusted to go last. Being last is a very important position on the Finding Gnosis show. It is literally closing the show. Are you there, Vegan Equilibrium? Okay. Adios, amigos. Next time.